Does that mean we're streaming? And we can still hear you. Well, wonders never cease. I guess
you
there's
hear
a
me?
first time for everything. Alrighty. So, last week when we left off, Deebs, Noro, and Scribble were headed west with a new beast of burden with which to retrieve their trusty cart full of provisions, and thus retrieve their reward for delivery to the grumpy Elmar Barthen. Meanwhile, Solmia and Lunalia headed south towards Umbridge Hill to an old windmill where it's rumored an old woman lives who might be able to provide some answers to some of the things that haunt Solmia. On their way there, they saw something flying in the sky overhead. It circled. It blocked the sun for a second. It got closer. And as it came into view, they saw a fairly decent sized white dragon. Scaly, massive. Its wings outstretched a good 25 to 30 feet, wingtip to wingtip. And just for fun, let's hear what that sounds like. I'm hoping you guys can hear that.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, that's awesome.
Yep.
Nice.
So as the dragon circles overhead, Solmia and Lunalia dive for the trees. I'd like you to start by making a stealth check.
Oh boy.
As you duck into the tree line, you risk a peek behind you. The dragon circles around for a closer look. Closer and closer to the ground. Finally, it touches down. Only about 50 feet from you, and it begins to slowly move closer to the tree line. It doesn't seem to have seen you yet, but its massive nostrils flare as it takes in the air around it, looking for prey. What do you two do?
Lunalia is rooted to the spot. She doesn't want to move. It's like her brain has shut off.
Yeah, I mean, similarly, I'm sitting here not knowing what the hell to do, so I'd say that's what my character's doing.
I would say after a second or two, she'd press up behind a tree and just hold her breath and hope that it doesn't notice them.
It sniffs about for a good minute and a half, 2 minutes now.
She's going to look down at Solm and make eye contact and just give a subtle shake of her head. No.
No what? Like you're just saying no?
Yeah, she's just shaking her head. No.
Not really sure what that means. Yeah, I mean, I guess like if I rolled high on stealth, I'm guessing I'm probably well covered. So
You are. Yeah, you found a particularly shaded spot.
yeah, so I'd say I'm just continuing to stay there.
something seems to catch its attention, and suddenly it turns, bounds 3 times, and takes to the air. You wait until the beat of its wings is no longer on the air about you. And you look and you see it off in the distance. Something in its claws. It's now too far away to tell, but it definitely caught something as you see it fly off to the east towards the ridge of mountains.
Every bone in Lunalia's body turns to jello. She's going to drop with her hands on her knees and start sucking in air because she's essentially been holding her breath that whole time.
There's a quiet still. And eventually, after a few minutes, you hear the sounds of the woodland creatures about you begin to stir once again, as the terrible danger is finally over.
I believe that was a dragon.
I bet you're right. That was very terrifying. What did you mean when you shook your head no?
I was afraid you would run off.
Oh. Well, shall we get going?
Yes, the more distance we can put between us and it, the better.
You turn to continue, and what you had begun to see in the distance before the dragon distracted you and sent you running for cover comes into view as you walk over the next small rolling hill. In the distance, the shadow of the mountains stretches high above, a backdrop for the sight before you. A large hill rises, covered in a tangle of brush and short trees. Higher than the other hills about it, it's windswept, and at its apex, a massive old windmill. Its huge vanes slowly turn. Even at this distance, you can hear them slowly creak. About the windmill, you notice from this distance some small stone structures on a nearby knoll across from it.
Did they look like occupied structures, or are they more like ruins?
They look like some sort of old pillars, small, no larger than either of you. And as you get closer and begin to ascend the hill, you can see that there are some sort of grave markers.
Do we have to pass them to get to the windmill?
You don't have to pass them, but it's up to you whether you want to go have a look or whether you want to stay at a distance. It looks like a burial site of some sort.
I like to make a perception check just to see if I can, like, sense if anyone's, like, kind of hanging around there.
Sure thing. Nice rolls.
Yeah, I'm blowing them.
You, at this time of day, it's brightly lit and you see no one around. Although there is a door on the stone windmill at the top of the hill that stands open, and light pours out from within it. The stone cairns, as you get closer, are just that. They're piles of stones. You see some carvings on a large headstone on each, but no one about them. You do, however, get an eerie chill as you near them.
Hey, what does an Arcana check do? Does that detect if there's some sort of like spirits around there?
It's more for deciphering, determining the magical nature of things. Reading a spell scroll, inspecting a magical artifact, determining the nature of a magical trap, that sort of thing.
Okay.
Avalia's going to slowly approach these stones.
You're getting your character names mixed up.
Sorry. I meant Lunalia.
There you go.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I'm just gonna keep walking at a normal pace if I don't see anybody.
Without getting within, 5 feet of these things, can we see if there's any runes or writing or markings on these pillars?
Yeah, you absolutely can. Give me a second here, and I will tell you if you can read them. I don't think either of you can. No, and no. You see runes carved into what looks like a headstone placed on each of the cairns. The runes are different on each one of the 10 or so stone cairns here, but you don't recognize their. You can't read them.
Based on, I guess, just her time around other people in the village and the way they inter or treat their dead, do we get the sense that that's what this is? It's like a burial hill?
Mm-hmm. Yes. Yeah, it's a burial cairn. You both look up and you see there's a figure standing in the doorway on top of the hill, framed in the soft glow of light coming from within.
Roughly what time of day is it?
You guys set out fairly early in the morning, right?
I think so.
Late morning at this point.
I'm gonna call out. Are you a Dabra?
Her voice comes to your ears louder than it should at this range. Yes, come close. Come here. Come inside. It's not safe out there.
I'm gonna take her direction.
She beckons you towards her with a long, crooked staff of simple twisted wood. As you two approach, you can see she's an elderly woman, late 60s, early 70s, a deeply lined face. The corners of her eyes are creased heavily from smiling, and she is at this point as well. There's a broad smile across her face, and her eyes are crinkled up as she welcomes you with arms open. Come inside. I am Adabra. Come in. Did you see it? Did you see the lizard?
Yes, we got far closer than we intended to.
My gods, what a great beast.
Is he...
Absolutely exquisite.
Is it seen here often?
No, only recently have I seen this one. Only in the past a month or so have I seen him. I have not seen one this young, though, before. Only much larger, much deadlier ones.
Boy, that's considered a young one, huh?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
You've seen
You're
many dragons in your time?
more than I'd like. More than I'd like.
And she gets a far off look in her eye. Her face grows somber for a second, and then her eyes flit back to the two of you and brighten. No, they don't glow so. Figurative.
You two are strange. Well, come in. Would you like some tea?
That would be lovely, thank you.
I was just about to put a pot on. Nothing fancy, just some local herbs and such.
Local is always best.
Come, sit. Tell me all about yourselves. I have less visitors these days than I would like. People always come when they need something, and they always leave too soon without spending enough time with an old woman. Tell me, who are you? Why are you here?
She
Hey,
starts to put a pot of tea on. Yes.
Sorry, as a sidebar, like for giving backstory, do you want me to RP that out, or can I just say I give her?
If it's something everybody at the table's already heard, yeah, you can just paraphrase. You can say, I'll tell her how I got here, and a little bit about the party and what we've been through, but I will leave out this, and this, or I will make sure to mention this and that.
Okay. Yeah.
Or whatever you're comfortable with.
Yeah. So then I'll just paraphrase like where I came from and that I met up with Lunalia and Deebs and all those guys, and then I'll just mention that I've been having these nightmares and just wondering if she has any experience in dealing with that sort of thing.
After preparing the tea and leaving the contents of the pot to simmer for a bit, she comes over and faster than you think an old woman can move, grabs your hand up in hers and just squeezes it for a second, looks deeply into your eyes. Drops your hand and turns immediately and looks at Lunalia.
Her. I've seen ones like her, but I've not seen anyone quite like you. Where are you from?
Lunalia is going to drop her gaze immediately to the ground and not look up, and just say, "I'm from a ways down past the mountains. Just a small town I'm sure you've never heard of."
It's been some time since I was in Balanas. Nice place. Nice enough people. I'm sure I would have remembered seeing someone like you.
I'm rarely in the town. I live on the outskirts.
She walks over and places a gnarled, wrinkled hand on your cheek.
Your skin is like nothing I've ever seen before. I'm sorry, I don't mean to be rude. It's quite exquisite. You see, I enjoy finding strange and odd things. I find beauty in everything.
I'm sorry, and she turns back to Solmia and rushes back over to you.
I'm sorry, I'm easily distracted. You say you're troubled by nightmares of late.
Yes, for the last couple of years.
Years? Oh dear. Well, come. The tea is almost ready.
She turns and lifts the pot you can hear boiling, pours a large cup for each of you in old earthenware, deep earthenware bowls that are just big enough to hold between your hands. She places one in front of each of you on a low wooden table. The furnishings in here are quite nice. There is a small stone hearth. It's very quaint. It's very homely. There are bundles of herbs, garlic, and other things hanging to dry all about. And
Yeah. Linalia's going to look about the room with a small smile on her face because it kind of reminds her of home.
it definitely reminds you of the granary in Calafell, the Temple of Shantea. The place has that feel, and she has the look about her of one who has toiled working the earth for years. There is, you notice, under her fingernails, there is a deep stain of brown gray earth. It stains her fingernails and her fingertips. There is just a homeliness about her. And she's constantly smiling. There's almost a glow about her as she looks at you two and sips at her tea.
Child, you... Forgive my asking. You know not where you're from, yes?
Speaking to Solmia.
I do not. And then I guess I'll share that I lived with this druid my whole life and knew not where I was from other than that.
I'm afraid I have no answers for you, but perhaps I could give you some rest. If you would allow,
And she holds her gnarled but very steady hands up.
if you would allow it, I could perhaps give you some rest this evening, maybe until tomorrow.
Yeah, I'd say I'd happily accept it.
She stands and walks towards you, places her fingers at your temples, and begins quietly chanting.
As she does that, Lunalia is going to reach up and put her hand on her wrist and say, "What exactly are you doing to her?" She's going to insight check her.
Yes, please. Not bad. She smiles and turns to look at you.
She says, "It's all right, child. I'm simply bestowing upon her the Grain Mother's blessings."
Hearing this, she'll nod in understanding and just say, "My apologies. It has been my experience that people like us that look very different are often not treated as well as others."
I understand. I bear no ill will towards anyone. I am here simply to help the good people of this land and give back what has been given to me. Now, if you don't mind,
She continues chanting, and it becomes apparent to you it is prayer that you've heard before back in Calafell from your old friend there at the temple. As she finishes, there is a brief glow, almost like a halo, around Solmia's head.
She says, "This may help provide you some peace for the next day. I'm not certain, but it is what I can do."
So I'll thank her and I'll ask if there's anything I can possibly do to help her.
Perhaps. Come and see me again. I wish to spend more time hearing of your dreams, your nightmares, and I don't get to Phandalin often, only when summoned. Um, Perhaps you could bring me a few things. I could make a list, and I would pay you.
I'd be happy to.
Thank you.
She spends a few minutes scrawling out rather slowly a list of things for you to get, and as she hands it to you, you look it over. It's mostly things like 5 sticks of incense and some exotic herbs that you might be able to find at a trading post. Um, you're looking it over, and they're not familiar to you, but they look like reagents for spells or perhaps rituals, as well as some a little bit more stock standard things. A healer's kit and a few other items.
But nothing on the list that seems odd.
No.
Okay.
Nothing about her really seems out of the ordinary. You pass a little more time with her and finish your tea. Is there anything else you want to ask her or speak to her about while you're here?
Linolia's going to ask about the dragon. You say it's shown up just within the past month?
Yes, I've observed it for about a month, yes.
And
Once in a while it flies this far west. Not often, but more recently it's flown further and further. It's ranging, hunting.
And has it not bothered the town?
Not that I've heard. Have you been to the town? Is the town all right?
Yes, there was no mention of the dragon. I'm sure we would have heard about it if it had been an issue.
Oh, thanks, Shantea. Well... White dragons are natural hunters. They are fierce, stupid, little more than a beast. Although they can be reasoned with. On occasion, I've heard this one is likely brutish and hungry. You would be well to steer clear of it. No good will come from a confrontation.
She looks you both up and down.
Certainly not if it's just the two of you.
If it were just the two of us, I'm sure we would be fine. We do have some traveling companions that are a little excitable.
Her eyes glaze over for a few seconds as she falls into a wistful memory. Yes.
Well, you should go before nightfall. There are some things about this place that are less than enjoyable after the sun sets.
What do you mean?
She looks back towards the door and towards the cairn on the knoll across.
Spirits. The spirits of the dead haunt this place.
What
They
do
don't.
they want?
I don't entirely know. They don't bother me. They have bothered others. They are troubled. The graves of dwarves lie on the knoll across from this place.
So Lunalia puts two and two together, and she assumes that those runes, that's why they couldn't read them. They're probably dwarven.
Likely.
We do have a dwarven cleric we've been traveling with. Perhaps he would know more.
Do you now? Well, I would certainly like to meet him. You will bring him back to see me, yes?
If time permits, yes.
I do not speak Dwarvish, nor do I read their runes. Perhaps he could make some sense of what happened here and who is buried beneath the cairns.
I'd like to ask her if I could borrow like a piece of like parchment or something. Just because I like to try to scribble down the runes so we can show our cleric.
Yeah, absolutely. She just nods and
Yes. Stay there a moment.
she goes and rifles through a large chest and pulls out a tattered piece of parchment and a handful of charcoal.
Here,
She shoves it into your hands.
I hope this is enough.
Yeah, I'll thank her and I'll let her know. I'll be sure to bring back her supplies and hopefully our dwarven cleric with me.
It would be good. Now go, before nightfall, yes? Only come back to this place during the day. Watch out for that great lizard. I'd hate to have to come out and rap him on the nose with my stick.
Lunalia's just gonna make wide eyes at her like, is she being serious? Please tell me this old woman won't go out and do that.
She made with the glowy halo stuff. You're not sure what she can do. Maybe maybe you'll see.
Yeah, I definitely have respect for this one. So I'd like to just go outside quick and I don't know if I can do that thing where you like put paper up against it and then like rub charcoal against it, or if it's one more so I have to copy it. I don't know if they're like engraved or not.
She bids you farewell, and you carefully roll up her shopping list and head towards the knoll. It's on the same hill, and it's just there's sort of a dip between the peak of the hill where her windmill sits and this small rise where the stone cairns are. You pick one of them. I'm guessing at random. They're all sort of arrayed around in a rough circle, and there isn't one any larger or more prominent than the others. You pick one and kneel down, and on the headstone, just a roughly 3 foot tall and about 2 foot wide rough chunk of slate. There is carved into it these runes. And each one is about the size of your palm.
Oh, maybe we should copy it down.
You're able to get the parchment over most of it, but not all of it, and get a rubbing. However, as you place your hands to the stone, I need you to make a wisdom saving throw.
Okay.
Oh,
Sorry, my bad. My bad. It's a Constitution saving throw.
God damn it.
Yeah, but you can, if you want, you can use that roll and just change the modifier to con.
So
tell me
it'd
what it is.
be 15.
15.
Yep. Yeah, 15. Yep.
You take 7 points of necrotic damage, and you feel your life essence being drained from you as a dark, shadowy, spectral hand reaches out and grasps yours as you finish the rubbing. Um, a sudden sense of cold and dread pierces your soul as you pull back from it, and you just hear a as the sunlight, you pull back and the shadow you cast withdraws from it. The sunlight burns this shadowy hand away, and it just dissipates.
as I see this, I will, yank on the back of her cloak to like pull her away from the cairn.
All right. Nothing else seems to happen. You watch the stone cairn for a while, and it's silent.
Yeah, I guess I'll just say like a I'll say a I'll just say like a prayer, and then guess
To
just
whom, Solmia?
Yeah. And in what language?
I guess to the stone, and just like a in druidic,
Mm-hmm.
and just it's not necessarily like trying to do something. It's more so like clearly there's some like a bad present. So I guess just trying to just say a prayer, as in like I not trying to fuck with you.
Okay. He recite a few words, and there's a shift in the sense of this place. Without even realizing it, you both sort of felt this cold dread enter you. And as you say a few words in Druidic, there is sort of a calmness that settles over the area around you, and the sun gets a little bit brighter, and you feel a little warmer. Is there anything else you want to do before you leave?
Not I.
Lunalia's going to put her hand down on the ground. Not right close to any of the cairns, just sort of in the middle amongst them. And she will druid craft just to get some tiny white wildflowers to spring up in and around the cairns. And she'll just whisper, "Be at peace." And then motion with her head like, "Let's get the hell out of here."
A small smattering of wildflowers bursts out of the ground after a few hushed seconds. You think it's not going to happen, and then finally they spring forth weakly, but they're there. And as you depart, ever watching the skies on your journey back to town, we'll switch to the others. Unless you two want to talk about anything on your way back, which we can do first.
Lunalia would be pretty quiet on the way back.
So,
Yeah, I would say based off of those events, I'd probably be pretty somber. So.
You're getting better with the audio switching here, eh?
Yeah.
I always wonder how much delay there is between what I do and what you guys hear, but from the testing I've done in Roll20, it seems like it's fairly
It's not much.
low latency. Nice. Scribble, Noro, and Deebs, with your fresh oxen procured from Barthen's provisions, you head west back to where you'd stashed the cart. The sun is bright. The wind is whipping about you on this late spring morning. The clouds that threatened rain this morning parted, and the day has brightened. You find the journey west is uneventful, and you pass no one on the road this morning. And as you approach the site of the ambush, you see at a distance movement under the trees on both sides of the road. What do you wish to do?
Perception check.
As well.
Oh my
God.
goodness.
Oh god.
Here we go again.
I got -1.
Oh my god.
These fucking
Are you
guys.
sure we see that?
Oh boy.
As the two goblins step forth from the brush, weapons out but down. You imagine you only saw them because they allowed you to. One of them just raises a hand in greeting.
We were told you would come back. But you're early. You mix said 3 days.
We'll be back in 3 days. We have something to collect first.
He looks at the one across the way and whistles, and the two of them hop back into the brush, hidden. You proceed a little bit further, and to the site of where the cart was hidden. It takes you a little bit to find it, but when you do, you find it is relatively untouched.
Yes.
Something has definitely been through everything in this cart. Everything's been tossed and put back. But if you guys want to make, let's say one of you could make a investigation check with advantage if a second helps. Who wants to do that?
I don't have any bonuses. Do you have any Lucid?
No, I don't.
Okay, all right. Teebs?
I'm -1.
Okay. Looks like me and Lucid, I guess. I'll go first.
Wait, is it just one of us, or is it one at a time?
Just one of you guys with advantage. So
All right. I'll do it.
there you go. And
Hold down shift.
That represents the second one helping.
Don't tell
Hey,
me what
there
to
you
do.
go.
Nice.
Nora, you spend some time going through everything in the cart. And for the life of you, you can't figure that anything's missing. This looks like it. Somebody's definitely been through here, but they put it all back. They were either looking for something that they didn't find, or they were just checking it over to see what it was all about.
Wow, so somebody who knew where this was, maybe,
That's odd.
came back to it. Wheeze. Wait, does he know? I can't remember. Didn't he see us put that away?
Uh,
I guess you could say I'm talking to Deeps, and I'm asking for memory.
I believe we saw. I have a short memory. Either
you're
way,
not certain.
let's pack it up.
He was in your presence when you hid the cart. Nobody, including the DM, is entirely sure of if he'd been taken off to where you set up camp, or if you might have hid the cart before that. He might have seen it. In any case, the cart would not have gone. You wouldn't have stashed it far from where Oxy expired.
All right.
Well,
I go back and I tell my pals what I discovered. Like, someone rummaged through this stuff, but nothing was really taken. And I just got this puzzled look.
Aye, that's odd. Well, good.
Scribble, what are you doing while all of this is happening?
Playing with his frog.
No, I would have put it away long before then. I just watching over Hummer, seeing Noro, watching him go through the cart, and then just still looking around, not trusting the goblins.
Yeah, are you like a distance away watching all of this?
I mean, I would probably be about the same where Deebs is. I'm not sure how far away the cart was for where we were watching.
But it's off the road, 50 feet or so, and in the brush. So, I imagine you're maybe leaned up against a tree a small distance away while Nora's going through the cart. You hear a psst, psst off to your right. You look, and there is Wheeze hiding in the brush.
Hey! Birdman!
I'll look over at him, acknowledging him.
He's waving at you and beckoning you to come his way.
I'm gonna call over to Deebs and then just point at Wheeze and then, to say Wheeze in the voice that he used whenever he described himself.
As you do that, Deebs, you turn and look and you see Wheeze, and he just runs into the brush, disappears.
Wheeze! Come back, you bastard! I yelled that as loud as I can.
You hear off in the distance the underbrush rustling, and you just hear, "No, not again!" And he's gone.
Scribbles, what happened?
Let him go.
And no, not again.
Well, I suppose we should start loading up. Let's get Oxy 2 over here.
I'm not touching that thing.
So the cart's intact that we can just hook it up to the replacement ox, right?
That's right. The replacement oxy.
All right, well, I'll start doing that. I'll bring the ox over and start prepping.
All right. Just for fun, make an animal handling check.
Oh, shit. I swear to God.
I'm just trying to shake out the bad dice rolls before we get into something more serious.
Man.
It takes you some time. The ox is obstinate, and you have trouble getting it to go off into the woods to where the cart has been stashed. But eventually, with some pleading and some dragging and some giving up for a bit and then trying again later, after half an hour or so, you manage to get the ox to follow you. You lead it to where the cart is, and you get it hitched up and start on your way back.
Hey, Nora, thanks for the help.
About time.
On the way back, Poker, I'd like to have a little conversation with with these guys.
Knock yourselves out. Are any of the three of you doing anything other than just traveling? Are you being cautious? Are you trying to stay quiet? Are you singing loudly, chatting loudly, whistling a happy tune? Describe a little bit about how you guys travel on the couple 2-3 hour journey back.
I'm not sure how quiet you can be with a big oxen and a cart.
It's mostly Deebs just bitching that I didn't help him.
I mean, we're gonna have a conversation, so there's gonna be talking for sure. I figured we'd probably ride like one on the left, one on the right, and one behind the cart, sort of like that, or maybe in front, two in front.
I'm assuming. I think the first time around in the first session, I want to say Scribble was actually sitting on the cart, like driving. Or was it Noro?
No, that would be right. I was definitely not driving.
I mean, you could drive, or it's a small cart. You could drive, or you could literally just lead the oxen as well.
That's how I was thinking. I was thinking, but if we do need a driver, Scribble would probably be the best.
It'd be good to know for reasons.
Yeah.
That might become clear later. Who is? Why don't you tell me your marching order?
Kind of like what I guess I'm with Deeps.
Yeah, I'm gonna.
He's on one side, I'm on the other side,
Yeah.
opposite side of the cart, and with Scribbles in the middle driving.
Okay. Deebs on the
So
left,
what's with the third horse?
I'm on the left.
Okay.
Yeah.
You guys.
Oh, sorry.
You guys set out on horses, yeah?
Yeah, 3 horses.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so we're gonna have to attach one horse to the cart or something, or one of us is gonna have to lead it with us.
Yeah, that works. Yeah, you can just lead it. I mean, it's the ox is not fast pulling the cart, so you're moving along at a steady pace. You could certainly even walk if you wanted, but yeah. So please feel free to converse.
Now that we've got some downtime, I kind of turn over to Deebs. Oh my god.
First, you gotta yell at the kids.
Yeah, right. I feel like I have to. One second. My wife is drinking. I don't think she's paying attention. Sorry.
Jesus. I hope she doesn't watch the stream.
That's probably why she's drinking.
She's drinking because she's watching the kids.
And the stream. She's like, God, this is my husband.
Jesus.
This is my...
Sorry about that. Should not be happening.
Maybe her and Mrs. Deebs are watching together.
They probably are. And they're laughing at us.
With some Chardonnay.
Actually, that is what they're having. All right, sorry. I wanted to look at Deebs, and I wanted to ask him like, why did he actually help us? Because it was kind of all of a sudden, like we had to move quickly. So I'm kind of like, what made you make that decision?
Are you referencing going to rescue the guys? Is that what you mean?
No, sorry. Like initially between me
when
and
we first met.
the Kingu,
Oh, gotcha. Okay. Yeah, you had the map, and it was close to my home, where I grew up. I have an interest in going back. Your map led to that area. That's one of the reasons why.
Well, I'm also curious why the Kenku decided to listen and knew that I was going to cover for him. I'm kind of looking at him because I know maybe he would say something, maybe not. Just kind of let him know. But I bring this up just kind of like, I guess one of my ideals behind my character is people. And so, like, I'm committed to people I care about. So because of all this, like, okay, like, you guys are going to be, like, my number one priority. So whatever help we need to get done, you can count me in. Like basically, I guess I'm saying I'm your friend. I'm counting you as friend, and I hope you count me as friend.
Nora, we didn't get a chance to really speak. We were pretty much drawn right into rescuing Ulrich.
Yep.
Tell me, how did you come across the map?
Well, my grandfather, he found it, but I don't know how. All I know is that it was given to me from my father when the grandfather had it. But it was given to me only after I was chosen as the family member to work with dwarves. But I never understood why or for what reason, but I need to know. I feel like I'll know more.
You work with dwarves, you say? What kind of
Yes.
dwarves? Like hill dwarves, like myself?
No, these are like mountain dwarves up north.
Not gray dwarves.
Well, I'm kind of like, so Nora's kind of like, uh-oh, because they were, but he didn't look at them like that. He just looked at them as mountain dwarves. And I'm going to say, yeah, they had a grayish tone, but that's, yes, it was with them. I guess you could say it was. But I didn't look at them like that. I saw them as people.
So, Poker, he knows the difference, right?
I don't think so.
Do I know the difference? When
No.
you say gray dwarves, are you talking about Durgar?
Yeah.
Noro, would you know?
Yeah. I am choosing
Okay.
them to be gray dwarves.
Oh, I see.
Oh, legit, you worked with Durgar. Oh, that's this is juicy. I like it.
Yeah.
Yes, please continue.
Oh man.
This racist bastard.
Oh, this
You're
is great.
You're telling me. What did you do for these gray dwarves?
My understanding is that my
Did
father.
Did you personally work with these gray dwarves, or your family?
No. I did work with them personally.
And please, go ahead, sir.
The reason I worked with them personally is that my father saved one of them from dying. And because of that deed, my father didn't know he was a smith. And so this smith offered to teach him, but my father was already old. But instead, he asked if he can, out of my 8 brothers and sisters, if he could pick one. And the dwarf agreed, and I was chosen. So I learned smithing. And I kind of pull out my tools and kind of like show him, like these are my tools.
Serious look comes over my face.
Yeah, I'll bet.
Noro, I'm a bit disappointed that I hear you worked with these Grey Dwarves. The reason being, Grey Dwarves massacred my family.
Oh no.
Oh.
In my homeland
Okay.
of Axholm.
At this point, like Noros like gets a little bit disappointed because he just called him friend, and already he's upsetting his friend. You can kind of say like he starts looking down and just not finding words to go further in the conversation. I guess you can say kind of going silent.
I appreciate you telling me this, though. Saloon has told me to be patient, to understand, to listen. It was just difficult for me to hear.
I look up back at Deebs and I kind of like, with happy puppy eyes, I got my friend back. And he kind of just nods like, all right.
I look back at Scribble. Say, have you worked with any Grey Dwarves?
God.
Trying to find everybody.
Just shake my head no.
Aye. Again, I appreciate you. I appreciate the information. For telling me a little bit about your background.
I owe them a great debt because they don't really accept people. So you could say at the same time, like I said, my father was old and he didn't make it through while I was still working with Smith. So they kind of turned me into the person that I am today. So I hope in the future.
I understand.
Excellent.
I must let you know, though, if we ever come upon Grey Dwarves, also known as Duergar, there's nothing that will hold me back.
Oh man, this is going to be difficult if you run into the.
That's only a problem for future you.
Yeah, right, exactly.
Maybe.
So I kind of just look at him and I was like an understanding, like, okay.
I guess that's really all I have. In continue on the travel. Unless Noro has scribbles.
Oh yes. Well, go ahead, Scribbles. Sorry.
I was just gonna bring up Wheeze.
I was gonna say, the dwarves that I were around, a lot of them were more like warriors, if you will. I don't see too many clerics. I'm looking at Deebs as I'm asking him. I'm like, and so, what god do you?
I
You
worship-
you literally spent a night in his temple, but okay.
Yeah,
Maybe he doesn't pay attention to details.
You know what? Likely, totally. All the temples look the same, right? Like if you're not the religious sort,
right.
you were just happy to get off the street with the guards chasing after you guys.
Right. I'm used to dirt benders. I'm not used to what I've been seeing as of late. So what God grants you those powers is kind of like Noro's question.
I am a follower. I am a follower of Saloon. When I was young, and my family was massacred, my father was wounded. I tried to heal him. I tried to help him. He was bleeding. I couldn't help him. And I began wandering around the area and was found by a human by the name of Orlin. He took me in and brought me back to the temple of Saloon and trained me in the ways. I just wish I had the ability to save my father.
I can feel your heart, why you would be upset.
So I've dedicated my life to helping others.
Father would be proud.
I see you're quite the warrior. You cleaved many a goblin. Is it your father that trained you?
In our tribe, being a barbarian is common. You have to choose either a dirt bending or a fighter, and my father introduced me to it. But that's because I was also an angry person, and I had to channel my energy. And my father knew I would not work out with the dirt benders.
Just to clarify, when you say dirt bending, you're talking about like basically your tribe's version of shamans, right?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I imagine like earth movers, stone shapers.
Yes. Yes.
Very cool.
But Noro's 8 intelligence, so dirt bender. Oh no, I'm sorry, he's 10. That's okay. I'm playing it.
Wait, Nora's intelligence is 10?
Yeah, I have a 10 for intelligence, and I don't know why.
Wait, Nora's the smart one?
Wait, mine's higher than what? No.
You guys are all
10.
10 except Deebs.
Oh my god.
Makes sense.
Okay. All right. So I'm not.
I thought there were a couple of 8s in the group, but I was wrong.
Just one. Oh my. Okay. But yeah, that's what I'm referring to. And no, okay, yeah. So that was it. Yeah, like I ended up as a barbarian. Anger needed to be channeled into battle. Or I risked becoming an indiscriminate killer.
And just so I'm hearing this right, the map was handed down through your family, right?
Yes, like it was like my grandfather who gave it to my father, who my father did nothing with, and then he gave it to me as a gift also, after being chosen also by him to work with the smiths, the dwarven smiths.
I look back at Scribbles. Scribbles! Where did you learn to cast your magic?
Just gonna kind of shrug and like, I don't know, act like just it was natural and just out of nowhere.
Like a bunch of sort of vague gestures,
Yeah,
little shrugging with the hands, sort of waving around in circles, like around and stuff.
So is there like literally, is there no way to learn a way to communicate with him?
I would imagine that spending time on the streets, he'd know words,
Yeah.
having listened to people, but they would just not be strung together in a sentence. So I imagine it as like one word here and there with gestures.
Yeah, a word plus some gestures, a short phrase, and Luce, please feel free to
Correct us if we're wrong.
dip into Scribbles, imaginary past, that you can make up on the fly to find a phrase that he heard on the street before now to fit the situation too. Like, don't feel like you're limited to words that you've heard in the last 3 sessions. There's years of life that this character's had before he met this party, where he would have heard all sorts of amazing, funny, sad and stupid or dirty things living as an urchin in Dralamar in a variety of languages that he may or may not understand.
That means the bar scene did exist. It just wasn't with us. With other people.
the magical throwing of someone into a chair.
Well, I just give Scribbles a nod.
The sun dips low in the sky as you crest the final hill between you and Phandalin. You see the now familiar plumes of smoke from the frontier homes curling into the evening sky in the distance. At the same time, the 2 druids, having carefully picked their way over hill and through forest, coming back from Umbridge Hill, ever looking to the sky for the great predator they're now aware of, see the town off in the distance from the other side. The 3 with the cart, as you ride into town, are you stopping anywhere? Or are you heading straight to Barthen's? He mentioned he's open till sundown, and he'd keep the doors open for you for whenever you returned.
You guys okay with just going straight there, or is there anything you want to do before we go?
I would probably go straight there. He's waiting on us.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right.
All right.
I can't wait to see him.
How about the druids? Are you two...
Sidebar question, Poker. Would the list of items, would it likely be available at Barthen's?
There are, in your little walk around town, you... oh, actually, you know what? You didn't walk around... you're not sure. But when you get back and talk to the others, they did take a walk around town and would be aware of some other places as well.
Okay.
I've got some labels on the map now, and we'll put some more on after the session. But there is, I think Deeb's noticed. Noro noticed the Lion Shield Coster and the Miners Exchange. Also in town as places where provisions could be bought.
Poker, as we're traveling through town, I'm keeping an eye out to see if I see Gariel anywhere.
Of course you are. And we'll put on some town music here. Let's go to that.
And when we got into town, I think we would be more, or at least I would be more like looking out for like the people we saw at the tavern who Deebs paid off last night.
Make a perception check, Scribble.
Holy shit.
Wow. You definitely don't see those two guys. Specifically, those two guys, you do not see them. Solmia and Lunalia, coming back, you two start doing some math in your heads and realize you're probably not going to meet these guys anywhere near the cart, and if all things went well, they should be back on their way back to town now. Do you want to just go back to Phandalin, or do you want to try and catch them on the road on their way back?
I would say we would just head back. Lunalia's pretty intent on getting back to town.
Solmia?
Yeah, for sure. Especially because I have this like list of stuff, and then yep.
She didn't seem to be in a hurry for it. She just mentioned that she doesn't get to town very often and wouldn't mind some help.
Yeah, I guess just further, it's like because I know there's like this 3-day timeline, and I can't go back at night, so.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Well, you can, but you know.
Well, after getting touched by a necrotic hand, I'm definitely going to listen.
Yeah.
Do you, on your way back to town, wish to? You two could probably stop for a short rest, and you could spend a hit die if you wanted to top up your HP.
I think that's a lovely idea, Poker.
Okay, go ahead and roll a hit die and mark it off.
Can you? How do I? Sorry. How do I
you
do
click
that?
on short rest and click take short rest, and I think then confirm it.
Well, you decide
sorry,
how many dice you're going to roll.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, you hit the roll hit die button there, and then hit take short rest, I think.
Nice.
Holy
Nice.
shit.
Oh, you're good.
Nice.
I got.
Yeah, and then,
That means the rest of my rolls are going to be garbage. Sweet.
So
Cool.
just like everyone else, then.
Mine only come out in combat
Thank God.
when it counts.
and I think if you finish the short rest thing, it'll. Yeah, there you go. Cool.
I actually manually put my hit points back, but
Oh, okay.
something to think about next time. Thank you.
Yeah, it doesn't actually have any of the hit dice aren't actually marked off. On it, it doesn't matter. You're going to have a long rest by the end of the session, so who cares? But it's interesting. It looks like even if you click the roll button, you still have to manually tick them off. Good to know. You all, I'll make this easy. You all join up at the edge of town. The two druids are waiting sort of at the edge of the forest, at the edge of town, as the other three come over the last hill, and you all catch sight of each other.
Lunalia, Samia.
She's just going to look at Solmia and just shake her head. Like, this guy.
I'm actually going to be like excited to see Deebs because of this fucking crazy
Yeah.
grave thing. Deebs, just the person I want to see.
Ah, what do you have?
And then I'll just quickly explain what happened, and then I'll hand him the piece of parchment.
Deebs, you take this piece of tattered parchment from Solmia, and it's dwarvish writing, and it's a little hard to make out. It's a rubbing that was taken, and it sort of trails off at the end. It says Darkbeard.
What?
For real?
For real.
Holy shit.
Where? This says Darkbeard. Where did you get this?
Am I gonna die?
Right.
And we'll explain, there's a hill outside town, there's an old woman and a windmill, blah, blah, blah. We were told not to go there at night. There are dark spirits there.
Be like, that means your ancestors, they did me damage because they're racist too.
So this was taken off like a gravestone.
Yeah.
We must go back.
Can't-
What is this?
We can't go till morning. Also, there is a giant dragon in the area. Have none of you heard any of the townsfolk talking about this? I thought for sure we had seen the last of our days.
A dragon.
Yes, a large white one.
I haven't heard anyone mention a dragon. No
Well,
scribbles?
How common are dragons?
Common enough, believe it or not. Near mountains, every once in a while, every 10, 15, 20 years, one of them will show up. Usually a younger drake will show up. More often than not, a white. They're the ranging hunters of the various chromatic dragons. And will terrorize the countryside until someone drives it off or kills it, or survives long enough for it to move on.
But someone living in Dralamar wouldn't have seen one, or
Certainly not.
Okay.
For someone in a big city to have, you would have definitely heard talk of them. I mean, they're it's kind of in the name of the game. So yeah, it'll likely, you would have heard people talk about dragons in tales of wonder and stories, legends and stories told, and they exist. But Scribble would have never seen one. Big lizard in the sewers? Certainly.
It is
are
definitely
we having the
not an
conversation
encounter.
as we're heading towards this provisioner, or have we stopped?
You guys tell me. I imagine,
We
there's
met
enough,
you at the outskirts of town, so
there's enough. Yeah, there's enough time to have this conversation as you're heading to Barthen's. It's on the far side of town.
yeah, I would
Okay.
imagine, we've met up with you guys heading to the provisioner, and we're filling you in on what's going on.
Yeah, if you look at the map, the road into town, definitely different from what's in the book. Is at the bottom left of the map, which is the western side of town. And there is another road that strikes out east. You're not certain where. It's past Barthen's. Barthen's Provisions is here. You guys can all see the text on the map, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
And Umbridge Hill would be to the south, this direction, through the patch of forest here, or around it through the clearing here, and a couple of hours on foot south, right at the base of the mountains.
Oh, okay.
As you're talking and walking together now, you get close to the provisioners. Evening has fallen, and the sun dips low in the sky, reddening the horizon. You see a couple figures outside of Barthen's, one on either side of the door, and a third figure exits, larger than the other two. You see him look back with a sneer on his face, a tall, bald fellow with a crooked nose, wearing leather armor, and carrying a large mace hung over his shoulder in one hand. Right, well, you better let us know when they get here, or else there's trouble for you. You hear, Elmar? And he turns and looks at you all. Well, isn't that funny timing? Right there, you can just give us the cart. We'll take care of it. We'll take it from here. You've done your part.
I think we'll give it to Elmar Barthen.
I kind of look at Deeves and I agree with him. Like, I don't trust you guys. Look like, yeah, I'm with Deeves.
I'm gonna hold out my hand and just ask for the gold.
Nice.
Do you repeat like Gundren's words? 10 gold to each of you on delivery.
Yes.
in a really good imitation, you hear Gundren's words: 10 golds to each of you on delivery to Elmar Barthen of Barthen's Provisions. The bald thug standing in the middle of the road in front of you just says, "I don't think so. It's deliverable to us now. Hand it over. We'll let you be on your way." As the other two step forward to flank him. What are y'all doing?
I'm going to do a quick glance to Lunalia and Salmia and kind of look at their reactions.
Lunalia is just going to give a slight shrug of her shoulders, indicating that whatever you want to do, Deebs.
No, that's his clue. His cue.
Salmia.
I guess I'm just kind of like, I don't know.
I jet off my horse.
I follow
And-
suit.
He takes the mace off of his shoulder and drops it heavily at his side. Well, then I guess we do this the hard way. That's where we're going to roll initiative.
I guess we are!
You guys,
Oh man.
My token is not on the map, so I can't
yeah,
click it.
give me just a second here. I'm fixing this up.
Oh, sorry, I didn't select my character.
That's fine. Let me get everybody on the map and
Sorry.
get back over to here, and I can plug you all in if you've already rolled. So we got Deebs and turn, and we got Scribble turn. You guys can see the map, okay? And
Yes.
the two bandits and the guy in the middle. You see behind them, Elmar leans heavily on the doorpost. He's got blood running down the side of his face and a deep gash over his eyebrow. He's obviously been roughed up. Get Deebs with a 5 and Scribble with a 21. Wow. And Solmia, I'll just get you in there manually. And Nora with a 22. Good rolls. Aren't you glad you took a short rest?
Yeah, no doubt.
Yeah.
One of those guys is gonna have a blue bolt through his chest.
Hopefully.
As you do.
Oh, I'm glad you did the arrow thing. I didn't realize there was more of that map.
What do you mean, more of the map?
The way I had it zoomed in, it was cut off. Like it
Oh.
just showed the 3. I didn't realize that we were there. Sorry, Poker. I would have totally selected my character and clicked.
Oh, no worries. It's this one's doing something weird. If I scroll down a bit, it cuts off the bottom of the map too. I'm not sure why it's doing that. Some sort of
I'm
weird
showing me at the
rendering
bottom
thing.
of the map. Is there something below us at the bottom of the map?
No, there's just one square below you, but it
Okay,
cuts
just
off
making
the
sure.
bottom 2 squares sometimes. Let's sort the order, and there we go. Combat round 1. I've just kind of placed you guys all roughly. Feel free to give yourselves a little rustle them jimmies, put you where you want to be. Roughly around the cart, however you feel you would have been. Yeah, however you feel you would have been walking and talking. Just to give you a little description of the 2 thugs flanking this guy. They appear to be wearing leather armor. All 3 of them, in fact, are wearing leather armor. They're all armed with maces, and you can see they both have crossbows slung over their backs. But sorry, they're armed with short swords, and he has a large mace. And they look like commoners, maybe even locals. Nothing particularly special about them. All 3 of them are human. They look a little rough around the edges. These folks look like they're no strangers to a life of crime. Noro, it is your turn. What are you doing, big man?
I'm gonna rage.
As you do.
And I'm gonna go, and I kind of just yell out loud. I got the ugly one. Let me see, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. I get right on his face, I guess. And I'm gonna roll.
Here we go.
Here we go. Maybe. Oh, there it is. Oh, Poker, quick question though, really quick. If I didn't move and I go in melee range and attack him, if I'm back there by the ox there, I can take the action of like choosing a hand axe and then throwing it. Can I do both of those actions as my turn? Does that sound right?
You can.
If I was at a distance, I'm not doing it, but I'm just asking for future reference.
Yeah, certainly. You can draw a weapon and throw it. Sure.
Okay. Alrighty.
I play pretty
not...
fast and loose about drawing and sheathing weapons. If you look at it by the rules, I think you can only draw one weapon. Draw or sheath a weapon is a free action in a turn, but it's right on your belt. Grab it and check it.
Right on. All right. Anyways,
but
great
in this
action.
case, yeah, do your worst. That's a 16. Hey, look, it added the rage damage this time. That's
Nice.
different.
Yeah. On the extension on the top, I have to actually open it and then click to select that I'm raging.
Oh, in the extension, you have to
Nice.
specify it.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll take a screen so you can see it.
Yeah. Yeah, that's definitely different. A 16 hits as you. Oh, there we go. Okay. Yeah. So that is cool. So that means the developer for Beyond 20 has added the rage switch because D&D Beyond doesn't include it normally.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because I found it weird that it was there, but I couldn't see it anywhere else.
Yeah, it doesn't exist in D&D Beyond.
Wow.
I've seen people asking for that feature in the forums to add that as a condition, but it looks like they only have the classic negative conditions available in the character sheet. So yeah, that's great. Glad you found that. Nice work. You all see Noro just explode into anger and charge forward, the great axe swinging high and coming down. It strikes true, biting into leather armor and cleaving across this guy's chest, a deep wound, dealing 10 damage. He reels from it, and there is blood pouring out of it, but he is still standing. He takes a couple steps back, staggers, and then catches himself. And he yells, "Get him!" Scribble, you're up.
I'm gonna move over here, kind of at the corner of this house. Eventually. And then I'm gonna cast Ray of Frost at this guy over here on the left.
As you move over there, before you cast the spell, you see
Oh no.
you see another bandit behind the buildings there, and she sees you. She looks like she was trying to hide and not doing a very good job of it.
I swear that bird's nothing but
You
luck.
can change your decision if you want.
Yeah, I'll target her then.
Okay.
Would this mean she's surprised?
No, I mean she knows there's combat,
Okay.
so she's not surprised. She was discovered. She was hiding and was discovered. I wonder, can I do this? Hey, I can.
Yep.
Cool. Yeah, I chose individual separate art for all of the bandit tokens just because
Nice.
it's fun.
Yeah, I see that. Yeah, she seems her friendly type. Maybe you could have talked to her.
I
Deeds,
like
you
the
know, you might have a
idea
chance.
that wow. I like the idea that if any of them, survive this or whatever, that maybe they're people you could interact with in the future. And so I
Right. Oh, that's
kind of went ahead and
very neat.
I didn't know who you were going to kill, so I went ahead and created everybody. So Scribble, Ray of Frost, 14 hits, 7 points of cold damage. The bolt fires out and explodes across her chest, coating her in a thick rime of ice that then shatters as she cries out, badly injured. Anything else you want to do? Bonus action, further movement.
No, that should be it.
All right. Noro, the bandit to your right, rushes in to engage you and takes a swing at you.
Uh-oh.
That is a 14 to hit.
That is my armor class, yes. Right on the button.
For a whopping 2 points of damage, halved to 1 because you're raging. As his scimitar strikes you in the flank. Lunalia. Scribble just ran past you, and you heard the signature sound of a bolt of ice, but it did not come out of the alley he ran into.
Did I hear what direction it came from?
Well, yeah, he ran into that alley and fired down it.
Oh, okay, I see what you mean. She's gonna move up just 5 feet first. And so she can see that person now.
Mm-hmm.
She's going to move through Scribble's square and stand in front of him to give him some cover. Like, she'll put her hand on his shoulder as she passes by him, and she will cast... Nah, you know what? She's not. She's going to pull out her sling.
Her what now?
Her sling.
Whoa, natural 20.
Nice.
Whoa.
So what's the max dice on that instead of the one? It's 1d4, right?
Yeah. 1d4 plus 1.
Yeah, so the 5 damage plus max dice of 4 is a total of 9 points of damage. As you wind up your sling and release the stone, it flies true and strikes the woman in the right between the eyes, right in her head. You see her eyes roll back as she spins around and just hits the ground in a heap.
Damn.
Nice. Nice job.
So she's going to keep moving, seeing that she went down.
Friggin' kill stealers.
10 feet of movement.
Remember, as you're dragging your marker, you can just right click and it'll measure out the distance of movement for you. Hello?
Hi.
Did we lose Dark? Or is she thinking?
I don't know.
She's in your house.
I guess I could just go ask her, right? I'll be
Dark
back.
Star?
We hear the ambulance. We'll know something happened.
Yikes.
Need to take a couple of minutes. She just lost internet.
Oh, okay.
Be right back.
Yep.
Hope she finds it. At least it didn't shit the bed. That was your moment too. She threw her a little pebble.
Freaking critical hit, too.
Yep. I'm gonna AFK real quick.
I'm back. She is rebooting. I have her instructions for the rest of her movement. I will go ahead and move her. I think we're right to about there.
Back.
Damn, she sat on her.
And the next turn is the dead bandit. Solmia, you're up.
Poker, so you were saying the guy that Noro attacked looked pretty wounded?
He took a pretty hard hit, but he's still standing.
Okay.
He looks pretty tough.
Gotcha. In that case, I'm going to cast Frostbite at him. Do you want me to link the spell, or just roll for it, or?
If I knew my shit, I wouldn't ask you to, but I don't know my shit.
Yeah, no worries.
I can look it up too.
No, I'll.
Don't link it for me too.
It's I'm more so hoping for the disadvantage on that dude's next weapon attack.
Yeah, it's weird when you link it; it doesn't show you the range. 60 feet.
It's
Yeah,
a 60
roll.
feet. Yep. So yep, I'll do that.
Con saving throw. Yeah, the linking helps because I've got to make a save. Let's see.
I'll just default to linking spells then in the future.
Well, that's a 6 on the con save. So he takes 6 points of cold damage.
There you go. It shows you the range when you cast it. And the save.
Oh, nice. Yeah, he definitely fails the save. On a failed save, he takes the cold damage and disadvantage on the next weapon attack makes before its next turn. All right, let me put a little token on him.
Oh, nice, Omia.
Nice.
Thank you.
Yep, I'm like, oh shit, I'm about to get smacked.
And we're gonna take another point of damage.
He's level 2. He's a tank now. 25 HP.
Let's see, and then I guess. Sorry, I'm trying to figure out where I want to stand. I guess I'll probably just move here. Or whoops. Is it right? You can do that and then you right click to release?
Yeah, you left click and start dragging, and then as you're dragging, you tap the right click button, and it will turn into a yellow measuring marker. And every time you right click after that, it sets a waypoint, and then when you let go of both buttons, it moves you along that path.
It never works for me, Sam.
Okay.
You have to be on select mode. The select move mode.
I'll just do it that way. I'll screw around with it later. That's the end of my turn.
Okay. It is your target's turn now. As this light, so the blood pouring out of his axe wound suddenly congeals and stops as frost cakes the entire front of his torso. He takes a swing at Noro, but his movement is delayed and slow as he makes his first attack with disadvantage. That is a 11 to hit. That's a miss. He makes a second attack with his mace again, swinging with a backhanded attack, and that is even worse. That is a 8 to hit.
Nice.
As both of his attacks go wide, Noro, you easily step back, and he misses you both times.
Muhammad Ali. Actually, thanks, Psalm.
The show.
Aw, snap.
Noro,
Hello. I am Noro.
you take 9 points of damage halved, so a total of 4 points of damage because you're raging. Piercing damage from 2 crossbow bolts that strike out at you from the hedge to your left.
All right. How many hit points again? 3? No.
4 points of damage total. As it becomes obvious to all of you who can see that hedge, so everybody but Lunalia, that there are at least a couple more bandits hiding.
Oh boy. Maybe charging was not good.
The other bandit is going to jump on you as well. Rolling to attack. That is a 14. That just barely hits, yeah?
Yep, barely hits.
For 7 points halved. That's 3 points of damage. With his short sword.
Well, I'm in a sticky situation now. Hopefully, Deebs
All right,
comes
so
through.
I'm seeing him getting
And it is Deeb's turn. Deeb's, you're seeing him get peppered with crossbow bolts, and he's got 3 people hacking on him. He's hurt, but he's taking it. It's your go.
All right, I move up to Noro, touch him on the back of the leg for some cure light wounds.
All right.
9 points.
Noro,
Good.
there's a sudden shimmer of silver light about you as your wounds start to close up a bit. Entirely, actually, yeah.
Yeah, Max, back to Max. Oh, baby.
The 3 bandits surrounding you, their eyes grow wide as you swell a little bit, and your wounds just suck shut. A grin across your face as you continue raging. Anything else, Deebs?
I can't attack, right? Because I cast my spell?
If the spell was an action, then that's correct.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, I'm done then.
Okay. I'm gonna reveal the Dark, are you back? Did you
Yes.
make it back in?
Yeah.
Awesome. That's weird, eh?
Yeah, I don't know what happened there.
I will reveal the what is now 2 bandits that you can see. As you came around the corner, you saw a large half-orc, similar to the others, rough-looking, leather armor, and another human bandit came running up behind him. The two of them are just around the back of Barthen's. Here.
Okay.
And
it
those
is
are, sorry, those are separate from the ones that were in the bushes.
yes.
Okay.
He does see you, and he moves your way.
Ooh.
Can't quite get to you. You know what? He's gonna chuck a hand axe at you
Rude.
for a 20 to hit.
Yes.
Dirty 20.
Wow.
7 points of damage.
Jeez. Okay.
He chucks the hand axe, and you see him reach on his back for a great axe and start to pull it out. Top of combat, Noro, you're up. Freshly renewed, staring down 3 bandits, 2 more at least in the bushes. One off to your right that you saw run past.
I kind of I kind of what I don't know what I'm going to say here. I wanted to say something. Oh, I see that we don't fight fair around here, and I go for the next attack. Come on, let's make it count. I'm cleaving the same guy, by the way, the head guy.
Mm.
Oh no!
Ooh. That's rough.
Wish that landed.
You go to swing at him, and at the end of his last turn, missing you twice, he's stumbled a bit, and he just sort of steps out of your range for a second as your axe flies over his head. Anything else you want to do? Do you want to try and move or anything? Keeping in mind, if you try and move away from these 3, they will all get an attack of opportunity on you.
No, but I do have a question.
Mhm.
One of my reactions is Stone's Endurance. Is that something that happens after you do an attack on
Yes.
me?
Yeah, you would use
okay,
that
all right. So,
as a reaction to another attack against you.
okay, then my turn's over.
Okay.
Lucky bastard.
Mr. Scribble.
So I can see the guy that ran after and threw the axe at Lunalia.
Absolutely. And you see he's large. He's not Noro's size, but he's a big boy, and he's drawing a great axe.
I'm gonna cast Chaos Bolt at him.
Oh,
Wow.
Nice.
I mean, you say that, but I'm probably gonna miss Steve's.
No.
Nope.
We know your roles.
Damn,
I was
loser.
jinxed.
yes,
Fuck the
we do.
spell.
Now I'm curious, Poker, because the component says verbal. I want to know what he says.
Yeah.
Then you'd have to
what do
ask
you
him.
say? I mean, he's a sorcerer, so it's very sort of organic, off the hip. I'm sure it's something like.
Just like a swooshing noise.
Verbal components that are copied sounds. That's cool.
Nice.
As Scribble winds up this spell and releases it with a swooshing noise, this chaotic, massive, swirling, color-changing energy, Lunalia flies over your left shoulder and also over the bandit's left shoulder. Noro, this guy, steps past you and takes a swing at Deebs. It's all right. Nobody can hit Deebs.
Bring it!
It's true. He's like 90 armor class.
Yeah, that's a natural 4. Nobody can hit him. He takes a swing, and Deebs just bounces harmlessly off your shield. You don't even have to move it to block him. His attack is so poorly timed. That is... actually, he is going to step forward, though, after he does that. Still, he's actually within range of all 3 of you. Lunalia.
Lunalia is going to just sort of look over her shoulder with a raised eyebrow at Scribble. She will give him a wink, and then she will wild shape. Hang on, let me just link it.
What are you turning into?
She is going to turn into a sleek black panther.
Oh, I so need to figure out how to do wild shape tokens for you guys.
Super cool.
Good lord.
That's a lot of text. Oh, my eyes.
I'm not reading that.
She turns into a panther at the end.
Yeah, I don't... Oh, here, hang on. Nope.
Oh, there you go.
Is that it? Oh, it didn't
Yeah.
actually link the thing, but that's fine.
Yeah. No, that's good to know though. That means that you're on the right page, and you can actually roll all of his stuff directly with Beyond 20.
Yeah, so she's going to move up beside him. And she is going to... bite him.
14 hits.
I don't know
Before
why
piercing?
that went just to you, but...
There is a setting in Beyond 20 that says something like whisper all
I don't see that.
whisper all pet or monster stuff to. Well, you got to find your Beyond 20 button somewhere in that creature stat block. I think it's top left. It's just a B. If you click on that, it brings up your settings, and either in the main or advanced settings, there's one for whispering rolls. That's fine. I'm the one who needs to see it. So
Okay.
14 hits, 4 points of piercing damage. You bite into his leg, and he just stupid cat. And that's your turn.
Yes.
I'm gonna delete this guy.
Yeah, she did.
Solmia.
I will cast poison spray at the dude that's right in front of me. So let me link the spell.
Con saving throw or 1d12 poison damage.
Oh, if I did that right.
That is a Constitution save of 12. So he takes the 10 points of poison damage as a spray of gas just out from your outstretched palm. It envelops him. Deebs, you duck away at the last second as this cloud of noxious smoke drifts over the guy, sticking to him and burning.
Careful!
He hacks and coughs and drops to his knees and just manages to get back up. He is on death's door. Leans heavily on the point of his sword, on the hilt of his sword, digging the point of it into the ground. Leans heavily into the point of his sword, takes a final point of damage, and dies. Manages to stand back up, but he is near death. Is that it for you?
Yeah, because if I were to move, then that dude can attack me, right?
Correct.
Yeah, so I'll just that's it.
All right.
Any though,
Uh,
since he was just knocked down like that.
Sorry?
If someone's knocked down, as you said, to death's door or whatever, do they still get like the reaction to attack?
Yeah, but I am gonna give me just a sec here. Let me.
Yeah, like if they have 1 hit point, they can still react.
Yeah, I mean, by the book, there's no real difference between being at 1 hit point and being at full. But I am. You know what? I'm just gonna grab it right out of the rule book. In our home game, we use the System Shock rules, where if a single blow deals more than half of your max HP, you roll. So, Solomon, go ahead and roll a d10.
Okay. Wow.
Lower is better, sir.
Oh.
I don't really. There's no way for me to link this. I don't know if I can paste it in. Nope. Here, let me see if I can look it up. Just for transparency. Oh, roll 20. You're terrible. Here, I'll paste it in the Discord. So he is stunned until the end of his next turn.
Badass.
This is an optional rule out of the DM's guide. If you'd rolled a 1, 2, or 3, he would have dropped to 0 hit points.
Oh,
and it
cool.
just represents the dealing such massive damage that he can't handle it. It's he does get to make a con saving throw, which he fails.
So I'm guessing that I see it. I see that he's stunned. Then.
Yeah.
Okay, so then in that case, I'd like to move over so that I get kind of a better view of the brush here.
Okay.
And then do I roll perception to spot them, or?
Go ahead and make a perception check. Yeah.
Okay. X-ray.
Oh, wow. Your rolls are on fire, man. Indeed, as soon as you do that, as soon as you look over that direction, you see one of the bandits pop out of the brush and take a shot at Noro. That's a 17 plus 3. That's a dirty 20 for 4 points halved, 2 points of damage to Noro. These guys don't hit very hard. And as you see him fire with his crossbow, he drops back down into the brush. But you can see him moving around in there now. You've got a bead on him.
So there's just one that's in there?
You're pretty sure there's 2. You saw Noro get struck by 2 crossbow bolts, one right after the other.
But I
crossbow.
am I not able to see like where they're at?
Yeah, I'm slow in revealing them. Hang on.
Oh, okay, my bad.
Yeah, I'm just some navigating around layers and right clicking to make them appear.
Yep, no worries.
The other one goes a little bit later in the round, but I'll just move him to the. You'll see him when he pops up as well. They have the equivalent of 3/4 cover. Lunalia, another bandit joins the first one. Doesn't quite make it to you, but will be on you next turn if he continues.
Okay.
He comes running up behind, sees this cat chewing on his friend's leg, stops for a second, and then draws a short sword. Mr. Darkbeard.
All right. I'm gonna swing at the guy to the left of Noro with my hammer.
Let's get those legendary rolls. Hey, there we go.
Cool.
One-handed with your shield in your offhand, right?
Yeah.
All right. Your warhammer strikes him in the arm. You hear a pop as it deals a decent amount of damage, and he shies away from the blow, favoring his offhand. Anything else?
No, I think that's it. That's it.
Oh, okay. Solm, you finally see the other bandit pop out and take a shot. And he takes a shot at Deebs and misses entirely. The bolt goes wide and strikes the building behind Deebs. And now you know where they both are. Finally, the half-orc bandit that Lunalia is fighting shakes his leg free of her jaws and takes a swing with his great axe. And you know what? He is going to make this reckless, which means that you also get a advantage against him.
Okay.
That is a natural 19 to hit.
That is much higher than the Panther's armor class.
For 10 points of damage with the great axe as it cuts deeply into your shoulder.
Oh, shit.
Okay.
As he looks down at you, you can see rage in his eyes. Noro, speaking of rage.
Right. Noro proclaims it's now even. Because I noticed Deebs is now fighting with me next to me, and so Mia. I'm gonna axe the big guy again. I'm gonna try again. Sweet mother.
Ugh.
Aw.
Oh, that hurts.
Natural
No.
1.
It doesn't hurt at all, actually.
Thanks, you
Yeah.
jerk.
You clumsy oaf!
Pretty much.
Alrighty. I take it you're not moving.
Correct.
Okay.
Can I
Scribble?
spit on him?
You absolutely can. I would imagine it makes you angrier that you haven't been able to land one. Scribble, you're up.
Okay, I'll just try to cast Ray of Frost on the guy that's right at Lunalia. Oh, hold on, I hit home instead of...
Oh.
Nice.
It strikes true as Frost cakes his right shoulder and chest. He takes 4 points of cold damage. It seems to affect him about like it does others. But he's a tough customer. You estimate this guy is a little bit tougher than others that you're fighting. Is that it for you? Any movement?
no movement, but I'm... so, would they be aware that we're fighting something over here to the right?
I would imagine Solmia's aware actively of you over there casting spells down the alley. Noro, probably not. Deebs would have seen you go that way, I would imagine. And facing's not really a big deal the way we play, so you could say that Deebs is glancing about and would see you if you're in his line of sight. But you do kind of look like you're down the alley a bit. It's up to you. If you're in plain, if you say you're in plain view of them, then yeah, they would see you casting spells down the alley and would know that you guys are fighting something else.
Okay. I just thought if they didn't, I was going to make them aware of it.
I mean, for flavor, you could, cluck, whistle, make noises, yell outstanding as you do.
I'm just going to yell 2. And then they know which way I've been facing, so we should be good.
All right. The bandit next to Deebs is racked with a coughing fit from the poison cloud and loses his turn. Lunalia, you're up.
Lunalia is going to.
You do see that his wild strike at you left him very open for an attack.
Yes, so she is going to make a bite. It's with advantage, right?
Yes. That hits, and that does damage. You again bite into his thigh and draw blood. But as you do, you realize he's quite thick. This guy is tougher than most.
Yeah, that will be it.
All right.
I can't really move away without taking a hit, so.
Somia?
So, when you said that the dudes in the brush, they have 3/4 cover, does that mean I have like disadvantage on casting spells on them?
No. It means that if you cast a spell that has a attack roll, their AC would be 5 higher than it currently is.
Let's see. So I'm gonna link this. If I were to cast that, do they get like the armor class thing, or is a
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
But if you cast, I don't know, like the Cone of Cold, for instance, the cover doesn't really do much.
Got it. Okay, I'm gonna cast Frostbite on the main guy again.
Sorry, it does. If it's a Dex saving throw, the cover would affect a Dex saving throw as well. But if it's a Constitution or a Wisdom saving throw or whatever, then it wouldn't.
Okay.
Yeah. So the Frostbite. Sorry, and you're casting this on which one?
The one that's directly ahead of Noro.
This guy.
Yeah.
Got it. 6 points of cold damage if he fails to save. Natural 1.
Sweet.
He takes 6 points of cold damage as his body is entirely rimed in frost again. You see him visibly slow down, and we'll put a marker on him to indicate he has disadvantage. Anything else?
I'm gonna cheer for Noro. You got it.
Thanks.
Noro, as the bandit leader in front of you starts to cake over in frost again, you see for the first time his confidence falter, and he looks around and takes a couple steps back and doesn't run, but tries to break melee from you. Are you gonna hit him?
I'm raging, so hell yeah.
Nice.
Is this an attack with advantage, or I just attack?
It's just an attack. His next attack is with disadvantage.
There it is.
Nice.
16. Well, Hummer, how would you like to cut him in half?
Oh, this is a good one. So as he's like walking, trying to get away backwards, I managed to catch my axe in between above his pelvis, like where his belly button is, and just split him right there. And then it parts him from the hip down.
Like straight across?
Not straight across. Well, yeah, straight across, straight down, belly button down to his tailbone.
The axe sinks in, and you just hear as he drops back off of your blade. He had 10 health left.
Hey. Just enough.
The other two around you, one of them, oh, shit! You hear somebody from the bushes. Steady on! Take him down! This guy turns to run away as well.
Whoa. Does that mean Deebs hits and so do I?
Deebs can. You've used your reaction for the round.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yep, I'm swinging.
Yeah, you swinging. Your Warhammer just manages to miss him as he turns to run, ducking under Noro's elbow. And he... let's see if I can do this. Dives into the bushes, just half cover there. You can still see him, but he sort of jumps back into the bushes and takes a tumble and pops back up. You can see him yelling at somebody in the bushes as a crossbow bolt flies out at Solmia. A crossbow bolt flies past your shoulder harmlessly.
It's going to take out Oxy too.
Lunalia, the second bandit, has stopped. He's just absent-mindedly swinging his short sword in one hand as he leans against the small shed there, watching his big friend carve on you. That's right. Teach that cat a lesson. Come on. Oh, it's just a little kitty cat. You can do it. Deebs, you're up.
I'm gonna swing at the guy next to me.
Come on, Deebs. I have faith. There you go.
Yay!
A hand comes up in a futile attempt to block the Warhammer blow, and the arm shatters as the Warhammer hits it. You hear a sickening crunch, and he goes down.
Nice.
All right.
Question for you: are you aiming to kill, or are you just looking to take this guy out of the fight?
I'll take him down. Just not kill.
Okay.
And if he's down, I'd like to move.
So just so of you know, on the killing blow, you can choose to make it non-lethal damage. You can choose to render them unconscious instead. It can be useful if you want to take a prisoner. It can be useful if if you're good aligned and this guy's just a dipshit thug, and I'm not saying, Deebs, that you shouldn't kill him because you're a cleric, but if you choose not to kill him and just render him unconscious, if you feel that's more in line with what your character would do, that's an option.
Yeah, I'm just gonna knock him unconscious.
Yeah, and as long as somebody doesn't walk over and stuff a healing potion in his mouth or whatnot, it's fine. Like there's no danger in rendering someone unconscious versus killing them. So yeah, you're free to move without incurring an attack of opportunity.
I move to there
All right.
and kind of see what's going on. After Scribbles announced there was 2 more.
God, my rolls. It's only another crossbow bolt from around here, from the bandit in the bushes there, flies past you harmlessly. Lunalia, the half-orc, takes another reckless swing at you with his great axe. That is a 21 to hit.
Yes, that hits.
For a total of 4 points of slashing damage.
Okay, so that is going to end her wild shape. So her form will melt away into black mist. And he will be confronted with a tall blue druid in front of him.
All right.
There you are.
Top of combat, Noro. There are 3 bandits in the bushes. Elmar is to your right, leaning heavily against the door frame, watching all of this happen. There's no one else in sight, but you hear combat from off to your right.
Can I yell at Elmar to get back inside
You certainly can.
as I run by, because I wish to run to the right?
And he does so.
I don't need him to die. We need answers in case we don't take any good prisoners.
Just for fun, the guy that you cut in half was going for him.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Okay, let me see here.
I mean, what good are innocent players on the map if they can't be taken hostage, right?
Exactly.
Elmar looks up at you and just sort of nods, surprised at all of this, and sort of falls back into the doorway, and the door slams shut.
So 30 feet, right, is my max?
I think you're 35? I don't know, what's on your character sheet?
Oh,
What's
yeah,
your
walking
character
30. Yeah, sorry.
sheet? Is it 30?
Yep.
Oh, yeah, you must get more movement later on. I'm so used to the barbarian in our home campaign having a disgusting amount of movement, 45 feet or something.
Oh, I can't wait. All right, so I move to there, and that's it.
Okay.
Oh, wait, I'm sorry. Can I move to there and throw something?
You have 2 axes, right? Hammers, axes,
And a javelin, too. Yes.
Yeah, you could draw and throw one of those, sure.
All right, I'm raging, so I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna grab an axe and I'm gonna hook it at the orc. I hate this game.
Oh God!
It does feel bad when you roll low.
Feels bad, man.
You know, the saddest thing is the frame pops up with all of the numbers blank, but I hear your reaction before the numbers fill in.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude.
Like, oh no.
It's worse when you also lose your spell slot because of it.
Oh,
Yeah.
wow.
Yeah, that's fair.
Like, you can at least
Yeah.
hit him again next round, but if we blow a spell slot, that's gone.
Oh, I see. Oh, wow. Okay. Thanks for keeping me alive. I can keep doing this.
Mr. Scribble.
So the blue druid thing, that was something that popped out in front of Lunalia, or that is her?
That's her. She turned
Okay.
into a Black Panther and then took enough damage for the cat form to basically die off, and she turned back into her normal form.
Okay, that's what I thought. But the way she described it, she's like, and the big blue druid's there. I'm like, what?
Because she's a big blue druid.
Yeah, fair enough. You didn't mention the moisture, though.
Well, it's because I knew you'd never forget. So.
She didn't mention it just for you.
Perfect. So she's on the ground, right?
No.
Oh, so she's still standing?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, I'll just cast Ray of Frost again at the guy.
God dang.
Nice.
Scribble hits like every time.
Scribble.
I just do no damage tonight.
I feel like it's been 4 points of damage every time to you.
Yeah.
I feel like
Yeah. Yep.
everything that's hit this guy has been 4 points of damage each time.
Chip away.
As another burst of frost hits him, and he shrugs it off. You can see that it slows him a little bit, but he just flexes and it shatters off of his muscled form. Lunalia, you're up.
Knowing she's going to take a ton of damage if she tries to step away, she is going to cast Thunderwave.
Nice.
DC 13 con save. Natural 1.
Nice.
For a total of 4. As the wave of thunder blasts out from you, it deals 9 points of damage to him. Fails the con saving throw, 2d8 thunder damage, push 10 feet away. There you go.
Would the other guy have been affected?
It depends on where you put the 10-foot square.
It's a 15-foot cube.
Sorry, it depends on where you put the 15-foot cube. If you did it like this,
I would have tried to hit both of them.
yeah, you could hit them both.
Nice.
Natural 3.
Oh, nice spell.
They are both pushed 10 feet away from you as you cast that.
And they both took the
all of
same
you-
damage, right?
They both took the same damage.
Right.
Roll a d10 for me.
Um,
He is blown back and just crumples to the ground.
Nice.
As he drops to 0 hit points and dies. And all of you, even those of you not in line of sight, hear this massive sound of thunder that erupts, even though the sky is relatively clear above you.
the whole town would have heard it.
Yeah, 300 feet, yeah.
Wow.
Anything else? Movement?
She will move. She doesn't want to jam that alley up. she will move here.
Okay.
And that's it.
Solmia.
Let's see.
Some wants to jam the alley.
Oh god. And then I'm gonna cast Ice Knife at the orc guy. You want me to link it again?
No, that's fine.
Okay.
The target must be his dex saving throw. That's 8. So he takes the cold damage and the piercing damage.
Nice.
Yeah, for a total of 10 points of damage. Nice. He's beginning to look hurt. The shard of ice digs deeply into his gut before it shatters. A trickle of blood pouring out down the front of his armored form as he grunts, looks up at you. 1, 2, 3 bandits. Noro, you take 4 points of damage, half to 2. You take 2 points of piercing damage as a crossbow bolt grazes your shoulder from one of the bandits in the brush behind you. Deebs, 2 crossbow bolts hit the side of the building about 5 feet away from you.
You sons of bitches!
And Deebs, it is your turn.
So, before Lenalia went up north, could I tell that she was heavily wounded, or...?
She wasn't looking great, but she was still on her feet. She'd taken some hits. A hit.
Alright. Moving right there. And can I throw one of my light hammers at the guy directly diagonal to me? Or is it too much cover?
I mean, he'd get a +5 to his AC, so he'd be harder to hit. You basically have to drop your warhammer, grab either your warhammer or your shield, grab the axe, the hammer off your belt, chuck it at him, and then on your next turn, reach down, pick up your warhammer, and keep going.
I'm gonna drop my warhammer and throw a light hammer at him.
Okay. As you do.
Oh man.
Yikes.
Noro, just keep in mind you're down both of your throwing axes, right? So both of your light axes, and Deeps, you've thrown one of your 2 hammers.
Yeah.
It's not a big deal unless you guys leave the area in the middle of combat. Like, assuming you win this and you have a couple minutes to walk around and pick up your stuff, no big deal, you get your stuff back. But just keep that in mind. That's it for your turn?
Yep.
That
Great dwarf.
That bandit rushes out and engages you, taking a swing. God damn it. For a 10. that bounces harmlessly off your shield as you duck down to pick up your warhammer again.
That guy has no luck.
Yeah, my dice have no luck. Maybe I'll switch to digital dice. The half orc has a look around. Come back here. Chases you down and takes a swing.
Ah, Jesus.
Reckless. 17.
Yes.
Oof. 10 points of damage as the great axe cuts into you.
Oh,
A splatter of blood across the side of the building next to you as he cleaves into you.
How far can he move?
Who?
The orc thingy.
He can move. You don't know, but I mean, he's medium sized, so probably 30 feet.
You wouldn't know.
Well, the reason I ask is Ray of Frost slows his movement by 10.
Oh, does it? Oh, hang on. I wonder if I can undo that. Can I?
Need
yeah,
the info,
cool.
Lucid. Need the info.
Good old Control Z. Yeah, that was 20 feet. So he's still there.
Okay.
Poker got actualied, but then he didn't.
Hey, mechanics, please actually me. I am shit at this. Top of combat, Noro.
all right. I'm going to charge.
You can move right through my square.
I can. All right.
It does. It costs movement to do that, but he's got enough to move around.
It's close enough, though.
Is Lunalia down?
Yep. But she's going to, out of the corner of her eye, see Noro coming, and just for flavor, she will lean back as he takes a swing.
Both of her halves are in fine condition. No?
Uh-huh.
Well, I think what I wanted to do was tackle him
Oh, yeah?
and try to. Is it possible to tackle him and go back 5 feet? Like, could I do that? Is
Like
it
using your momentum to tackle him and take him another 5 feet.
Yes.
You can grapple or shove a target. So yeah, if you make a contested athletics versus his athletics or acrobatics, you can then choose to either grapple him, which will reduce his movement to 0 until he breaks the grapple, or you can shove him a distance that I have to look up because my brain.
Okay, then
I want
then
to 10 feet.
I want to shoulder charge him. Like, I'm going to charge at him, try to hit him with my shoulder and push him back, if that's
Nice.
possible.
Yeah, do it. Here we go. Shoving a creature using the attack action, you can make a special melee attack to shove, either to knock it prone or push it away from you. No more than one size larger. Check. Instead of making an attack roll, you make an athletics check versus their athletics or acrobatics. The target chooses the ability. You succeed automatically if they're incapacitated. If you succeed, you either knock them prone or push them 5 feet away from you. So you could...
All right, well, I want to... Yeah.
You could push him to here, or you could push him to here. I imagine if you were sort of coming around, at an angle around Lunalia, you'd knock it back. But you can't end in her space.
Oh, I see. So I was thinking, since I would knock him 5 feet back, I would occupy the space he was in. And that
There's no reason
right?
why you can't keep moving. Yeah, you can split your movement around an attack. So you can move, attack, and then finish your movement, for sure. So you can knock him back and then follow him, yeah. And
So how would I do that? Because if I fail, I would be on her square, right?
You can be in the square just one up, dude.
yeah, just put yourself on the square above.
Okay. Alrighty, I'm rolling. Jeez, finally.
Nice.
Wow. Yeah, he rolled a natural 7 for a total of 10. You knock him
Woo-hoo.
back, and he digs his feet in as he slides on the grass to a halt. And you immediately push in front of Linalia and get right up in his face.
Awesome.
I did that so that she wouldn't have to have an attack of opportunity on her. I was hoping I could separate.
Yes, and I appreciates it.
That's it for you.
I want to spit on him too.
Well, technically, it's not an attack, but I mean that was pretty awesome. Your rage definitely stays.
Yeah, I mean, he hit him, so.
Yeah, that's
I mean,
it for me.
Actually, no. Technically, it wasn't. It replaces one of his attack actions. Of course, he only has one, but it's effectively using the attack action. He's using a strength-based ability anyway, and he's doing it in a ragey fashion. So,
All right.
there you go.
Noro just says, "Not today." That's it. As I shove him past.
So did you just shove him back, or did you shove him to the ground?
Back.
Yeah.
You could shove him prone instead, but
But he would be in the same square, right? Still.
yeah, and he would just stand up next turn. Prone really, it's only an advantage if you've got other folks around him that can then wail on him.
Oh, I see. Does prone, while he's prone, does that promote opportunity also, or no? It wouldn't, right?
It would give you advantage to hit him on your next, like if he's prone when you go to hit him.
Oh, I see.
Attacks against melee attacks against her. Here, let me just read it from the rules because I'm dumb. I won't remember it right. A prone creature can only crawl unless they stand up. They have disadvantage on attack rolls. An attack roll against the creature has advantage if the attacker is within 5 feet. Otherwise, the attack roll has disadvantage. And worded that way, if the attacker is within 5 feet, if it's a ranged attack, it would normally be at disadvantage. So it'd just be an even roll for a ranged attack, advantage for a melee attack. And then ranged attacks at distance would be a disadvantage, signifying that they're harder to hit because they're flat against the ground.
Right.
So
Does he get an attack? If he's prone and let's say Linalia moves back while he's prone?
I don't see anything that says he wouldn't get his opportunity attack, but it would be at disadvantage.
Okay. He can swipe at the last, try to swipe at her.
It would be an even roll because he used Reckless.
Oh, I see. Okay, so I'm glad I did what I did then. Yes.
It would not be. It would still be a disadvantage because Reckless is only during that turn, and his turn is over. So, regardless, attack rolls against him already have advantage until the start of his next turn because he used Reckless attack.
I see. Okay, cool. This is fun. I didn't know that. Learning all this stuff.
Scribble. First they steal your kill, then they steal your target.
Like everyone ran away.
I guess I'll pet my frog.
Hell yeah. Alright, I'll move over here and then I'll whiff a chaos bolt at him again.
Already. It'll probably work in your favor this time.
I'm prepared to miss again. Here we go.
Well, this is going to be with disadvantage, right? Because he's on the ground. Even roll. Sorry. Even roll. Because of his Reckless.
Is he on the ground? I thought he just got pushed back.
He just got pushed back.
He just got pushed back.
You hit him!
He dies.
I miss, or I didn't hit, or I didn't miss.
Nice. This chaotic mass of energy hits him and sort of slings around him a couple of times before bursting, dealing...
Don't you roll to determine what kind of damage, like what kind of elemental damage it is?
Yeah, I'm not certain how that works. Yeah, so it's...
So just roll a d8.
No, it rolled for me.
Oh,
already
okay.
does that. It's...
chaotic energy, right?
No,
Yeah,
it's
on a hit, they take
chaotic,
2d8 plus 1d6. You choose one of the d8s, and that determines the damage type.
Well, you don't choose. You roll it.
No, you choose one of the two d8s.
Oh. Oh, right, you roll 2 of them. Gotcha.
Yeah. So you have a choice of if you hover over it, you got a 6 and a 2. So it's either cold or poison damage.
I'm gonna just keep with cold.
It's cold or thunder.
Hmm?
Didn't he roll an 8 and a 2?
No.
He rolled a 6 and a 2.
Oh,
Oh, yeah, you're right. When you mouse over it, it tells you.
oh, okay, I see.
Yeah, if you roll the same number, it then leaps to another creature within 30 feet, and you make a new attack roll and start all over again.
Oh, wow. A
Yeah.
leaping spell.
Yeah,
Nice.
Chaos Bolt is a really, really nice first level spell.
If you hit ever.
Well, yes.
Nice pig
Yeah,
scribble.
It's the downside of spells that either hit or miss versus spells that are like, on a saving throw, they take half damage. At least you still get something out of that for your expensive spell slot. So it hits him. It does a total of 10 points of damage. What type of damage?
Cold.
As it changes color several times as this energy warbles and hops around him, finally solidifying and bursting as tiny shards of ice pepper him all over and then quickly fall to the ground. You can see him bleeding from multiple places as this did some damage to him. Noro, up close, you can see he's taken a beating, but he's still in pretty good shape. Was that it for you, Scribble?
Yeah.
Lunalia, you're up.
Lunalia's going to take a little bit of a step away. And she is going to wild shape.
Into
Hang on.
A sea turtle.
She is going to turn into a giant wolf spider.
Ooh.
oh shit, Solm, she's stealing your moves.
She will then proceed to climb straight up the side of this building. And get on the roof.
That would so creep me out.
Do you not have to count, like, scaling up the wall in your movement?
She has 40 feet, so unless it's a ridiculously high building.
No, it's one story at that point. So it's 10 feet up and yeah, no, you could make it there.
Actually, she won't get right to the edge. She'll move just one.
Spiders, man. Is that a medium creature or a small creature?
It's medium.
Okay.
So people size.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks for that, honey.
No problem.
I'll remember that when I'm pooping at 3 a.m, staring up nervously at the fan.
You won't see anything. There's no power in the bathroom.
That's what flashlights are for. Somia.
Let's see. I'll just move to here, and then I'll cast Frostbite on the orc guy. Oh, that's fun.
Ooh.
It's more for the disadvantage anyway. Hopefully
Yeah.
it lands.
That is a natural 20 on the saving throw.
Ah, bummer.
Sorry, buddy.
Sorry, Noro.
This flash of ice crackles across the half orc's back, and he just shrugs it off. Bandits in the bushes. 1, 2. Deeds, you hear a. What the fuck was that? Never mind that. Shoot him! As they take aim at you. That is a 19 and a 17. I think the 19 hits, yeah?
Yeah.
For 2 points of damage. 2, hold 2. My bandits are useless.
Guys are not proficient in weapons, or
No, they just do a d6 plus 1, and I keep rolling ones.
Went to the Stormtrooper Training Academy.
Yeah. Hey, one of them hit him, okay? Deebs, it is your turn. 2 bandits in the bushes to your right, 1 directly ahead of you. Combat far behind you. Spiders somewhere.
Well, Deebs wouldn't see the spider.
No. I'm going to swing my warhammer at the guy in front of me. There it is.
Yeah.
Nice.
Ping! You crack him with the warhammer. It strikes, and it does damage, but not enough. He's still up.
Alright, that's it.
His turn. He takes a swing at you. 18. Is that enough?
Yeah, I have an AC of 18.
Oh, thank God, finally. For a total of 6 points of damage with his short sword.
Alright, I'm going to use my Wrath of the Storm.
And
I'm gonna channel Divinity to max the damage.
Nice.
What this?
But do your eyes glow?
Crackle with lightning, perhaps.
Perhaps.
So it's 2d8 damage. So it would be 16 if I'm channeling Divinity.
Oh,
This is a reaction, Deebs?
Yep.
wow.
Sweet.
Yeah.
dude, I thought you were a healer.
He's an angry healer.
Oh, and sorry, Poker. How much damage did you? I didn't put. How much damage did I take?
You
6?
took 6. Yeah, it's the first time I've seen this. Give me a second, I'm just reading the Wrath of the Storm. Creature within 5 feet hits an attack for easy reaction to cause the creature to make a dex saving throw.
And it's going to be lightning damage.
You channel divinity. Yeah. Takes no action. Destructive Wrath is free. Beautiful.
Nice.
16 points of damage.
Dang.
I don't know if you can make that non-lethal or not. I suppose there's a way, but he had 5 hit points.
He's angry. It's lethal.
You cooked him.
Explodes.
Yeah. How would you describe this happening? Or let me know if you want me to.
No.
As he strikes at you with his short sword and it hits home.
Tell his mother how he died.
The last rays of the setting sun disappear over the horizon, and the light of the moon begins to take hold as a silver glow around Deebs coalesces into crackling lightning that arcs up the short sword stuck in a chink in his armor and fries the bandit that swung at him. There's a burst of crackling energy, and he drops to the ground, unrecognizable as his body is charred head to boots.
Oh man,
Nice.
that's
That's a disgusting. That's Noro damage right there.
yeah, dude. Wow.
I'm telling you, Tempest clerics.
Wow.
They angry. Top of combat. Speaking of the other big damage guy, Noro.
Yes. I'm gonna make this. So the guy that we made, I guess, unconscious. He's just still there, right back there.
Yeah, he's just laying on the ground out cold. I've just left his token there in case, I don't know, you want to pick him up and beat somebody with him, or revive him later and ask him questions, or whatever. It's a reminder to me that he still lives.
Okay. All right, I'm going to swing my great axe back at him.
Very nice.
Nice.
Oh, man, finally. I'm coming back, boys and girls.
I can be one of the boys. It's fine.
I'm coming back, boys.
You swing your mighty great axe down at him. He's not a whole lot shorter than you. He's a pretty big guy, and it cuts deeply into his shoulder and down into his chest, splitting his leather jacket open. Blood pours from the deep wound as you draw your blade back, and he just starts looking around nervously as he realizes he's probably not going to win this. Scribble. Unless, Noro, you had anything else you wanted to do, movement or bonus action.
Nope. I'll just... No, that's it. That's my turn.
I'll throw Ray of Frost at him again.
Oh, here we go. Oh,
Oh, rip.
one. That's a one.
Natural one. Got the old lucid rip.
And I was going to say,
Instead.
patch him up, Birdman. Never mind.
Patch him up so I can beat him again. Anything else?
No, I'm good.
Lunalia.
From where I am, can I see those two bandits or thugs?
You can.
Okay.
Yeah.
She is going to very quietly walk across the roof in the way that spiders do. And she will very visibly climb down. If I could get the right goddamn tool. And she will start skittering across the road in their direction. She is hoping to intimidate them to back the fuck off.
Ooh.
Make a make an intimidation check with advantage. Thanks to Deeb's flash frying their buddy.
These guys experienced Lunalia's thunder, Deeb's thunder, and now this thing is coming at them.
Yeah.
Holy cow. Oh, 18, nice.
Yeah, look at that. That it for you?
Yes.
You'll get their reactions in a bit, but it's Solmia's turn next.
So the orc looks pretty in pretty bad shape right now, Poker.
Yeah, he is hurting really bad. Noro just cleaved into him deeply. He's got leftover frost rhyming his shoulders and back. He's bleeding from multiple cuts and abrasions from being peppered with ice shards, and he's been cut up pretty badly as well.
I guess just to make it even worse for the guy, I'm gonna go up to him. Or wait, let's see. I'll go here, and then cast poison spray. Oh fuck!
It's a natural 13 on the con save.
Gotcha.
That's no damage then, or
The DC is 13, so if he did 13, then nothing happens.
Yeah, it's the kind of crappy thing about cantrips is if they make the save, I don't think they take any damage with most of the cantrips.
Right.
Linalia, the two bandits in the bushes, as you skitter up towards them, they're already wide-eyed staring at Deebs. One of them turns and just he puts his hand on the other one's shoulder and starts tapping his shoulder. Look! Oh shit! Let's get out of here! Hey, fuck this! They both go running off.
Nice.
Nice.
I mean, they're still on the map, but they
Sure.
actually there's no reason why they wouldn't use the dash action as well. They run off of the map. And just sort of out off the give me a sec. This is actually a map that somebody made off of the official map of Phandalin, so it's sort of accurate to the town map. Barthans. They go running off towards a farm at the edge of town in the distance and off into the fields. Deebs, you're up, chef. What are you cooking next?
I'll yell to Linalia. Oh wait, she's a spider right now.
Right. How do you know it's her?
He wouldn't.
You're right. Yeah.
He has seen her change form though before,
Yeah. Okay.
but he has no idea that that's her.
But he has an intelligence of 8.
He's gonna
No, it's
tell
10.
Oh no, Deebs is 8.
Oh, Deebs is the dumb one, right?
Yep.
Right.
Fuck you, spiders.
right.
Zap! Taste my divine lightning!
Kiddo.
I'm going to. I'm gonna be like, ah!
She's gonna hold her two front
Run
legs
down-
up in
run-
the air, waving
head
them
down.
at him like, no, no, no.
I'm gonna head down here.
He doesn't
Um,
like.
And actually, at the end of my turn here, after I move, I'm gonna cast Cure Light Wounds on myself.
You're not gonna check on the ox?
No.
Where do you touch yourself, Deebs?
In the Pingu. I thought we
the
established
Pingu.
this.
Just touch myself on the chest. 11 points.
Nice.
One of these days, you'll remember it's Cure Wounds, not Cure Light Wounds.
Oh yeah. Cure Wounds. I'm old school.
Yeah.
Right.
One of these days. But not today. Oh boy, what's this guy gonna do? Fuck it. He's gonna reckless attack Noro. He's not going down without a fight.
That's some extra juggling.
That's a 18 plus 5, 23 Noro.
I shall reaction, Stone's Endurance.
Which does
Reduce damage dealt to you by 1d12 plus 2.
you're gonna need it because that is 14 points of damage, which is halved by the fact that you're raging. So 7 points of damage that you then reduce by
Plus 2.
the axe strikes your skin and you grit your teeth and just and it bounces off you somehow. So for a second you see his skin take on a rough, pebbly appearance, and the axe just glances off of him.
That's badass. How many times can you do that?
Once per
Very
short
cool.
rest. Short rest, I think.
Short rest isn't so
Yeah.
bad then.
Yeah, once per short rest.
Very cool.
There is a complete look of defeat on his face as he finishes the swing and just looks at you. He can't believe that he landed a hit that did nothing. It's your turn, Noro. He's just, there's a look of reservation on his face as the axe just sort of drops to his side in one hand. He just looks at you, like shaking his head.
I'm raging, so I don't know what I'm doing.
You take a wild swing at him, and your axe cuts deep. He takes it in the chest and right shoulder. It draws more blood, but he is still just barely up.
Damn.
Should have used
Finish
the other.
it! Finish it!
Oh.
Anything else? Scribble?
Yeah, scribble.
God.
He was hot.
Scribble's gonna take his frog and go home.
He was hot at the beginning of the rounds.
Yeah, a blanket of frost coats the grass around the half-orc. As the bandit blazer, Lunalia.
Lunalia is going to move back the way she came. Yeah, she's gonna move up behind Noro.
And Solmia.
I'm debating if I should use produce flame or just do poison spray again. You know what? I'll try to light him on fire. Why not? Let's see.
Oh man, that's pretty fucking dark.
Oh wow,
There
19.
it is.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah, there's no save or anything there, right? It does 8 points of fire damage.
Yep.
Well, he had 7 hit points.
Nice.
How do you want to finish him off? Or do you want to pull it and extinguish the flames as he falls to leave him unconscious but alive?
I'd say with all the damage he was trying to do to the party, I don't think I'd be sparing him, no.
All right.
So just, yeah, like engulfing him in flames.
Noro, you see a bright a light that starts small behind him that flares bigger and bigger as you see the flames lick around his back, up onto his shoulders, up the back of his head. His hair bursts into flames, and in seconds his entire body is engulfed in flames. He screams out, drops to his knees still burning, and falls to the ground a smoldering heap. Solmia standing a few feet behind him with an outstretched hand.
And I'm definitely surprised because I'm not used to seeing this type of magic that's been going on. And I'm just glad it's on my team.
Now, technically, we're still in initiative. Is there anything anybody wants to do before letting their guard down?
Lunalia is going to head over to the unconscious man. And she's just going to put one of her little spider legs on him to make sure he's still breathing.
Okay. Make a medicine check. As a... I don't recall with wild shape. Do you retain your...
Yes.
Yeah.
You only use the shapes for certain things. Dex, strength, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, it's an interesting contradiction, though, that you don't really have hands with which to inspect him with. So
she's really just feeling for a pulse. She's making sure he's not dead.
That's easy enough. And an 11 is fine. DC would be 10 for easy. He is alive. He's drawing shallow breath, but he's alive and seems to be stable.
She's gonna keep moving past him to beside Deebs because she knows she's gonna need some healing.
Ah! Fucking spider!
She's gonna hold up her 2 front legs and wave them like, no. She can't say anything, so she hopes you can understand.
The spider half the size of you comes up to you, and its front 2 legs come up in the air, waving at you strangely. I don't know. Make a intelligence check.
Oh no!
Brett.
She's gonna take a 5-foot step back. Just hold up one of her legs and wave it, like up and down, like a high.
Lanaya, is that you?
Yeah, she'll nod her spider head.
Ah. How am I gonna know that she needs healing, though?
You won't, but that's fine.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, actually, in this form, she would look perfectly intact.
I'm perfectly healthy right now, which is why I'm staying in this form for now.
Anybody else want to do anything? Check the area. Go check on Elmar just before I, move us to a different map and we go back to RP.
I'm gonna yell. Y'all should probably pick up your weapons.
Yeah, and I'm gonna go check on Elmar since I was the one who was worried about it.
Okay. Noro, you run into the doorway, and the door is bolted shut. You hear Elmar weakly behind it. Is it over?
It's over. We need to talk.
Oh, thank the gods. You hear him unbolt it and slowly pull the door open. And as soon as he sees your large form standing in the way, he nods and opens it the rest of the way. Thank you. Thank you.
I'm still raging, aren't I?
You can choose to drop rage.
Well, you've got this turn, and if you don't attack or take damage, it will drop.
Well, I kind of slap him for not joining the fight. Because I'm raging. I don't understand what's happening, right?
Are you trying to harm him, or are you just...
No. Just kind of like, why did you come help?
You slap him, and he goes staggering back, and it crashes into the counter and falls to the ground, and just looks up at you with a horrified look on his face.
Wait, Noro, weren't you the one that shouted to him to get inside?
Yes.
Again, I don't remember anything when I rage.
Nora's personality is set on a randomizer when he's raging.
Apparently.
Only when I rage.
Lock yourself in the house and don't come out. Why didn't you fight? I told you to fight. What do you want from me?
Okay, I can't breathe.
He's sprawled on the ground, sort of backpedaling away from you at a slow speed. He bumps into the counter behind him. Stay away from me!
And I just leave.
Help!
Well, you said I was still raging, so yeah.
Well,
I random act.
The red would be clearing from your eyes at this point.
Yes, my skin changes. It's my skin. My skin.
That's gonna be a highlight.
For sure. Poker, can you turn off combat music, please?
I can't.
Maybe once the music is gone, Nora will calm down.
Yeah, that's exactly it.
He just hears combat music in his head when he's raging.
As the tension of combat dies down and you two survey the scene around you, I'm not good with the numbers apparently. You all survey the scene around you and take in the damage that was done, and have a quick glance at each other. You hear the sounds of a commotion from the smithy, the building here in the bottom left corner of the map. And I will just move you guys back to the town map here. You hear a commotion from in there, and then a loud crash and a thump. You're not going anywhere, you piece of shit. I've got one in here! I've got one!
I'm gonna.
Go get him! Go get some help. Go on! You see a human girl, not more than 13 or 14, come sliding out the front door, dressed very much like a smith's apprentice, wearing a long leather apron, a pair of tongs, and a hammer at her belt. Her coppery hair tied up in a bun. And she slides out the front door and just looks around, waves at you all. We've got one in here. My dad's got him held down. Help, please.
So Lunalia is going to go marching past her through the door.
She squeaks as this spider nearly as big as her comes skittering up and jumps back. What the blazes is that?
And she will walk up to the guy that the smith has and wrap all of her spidery legs around him.
He takes a swing at you with his hammer, and it just goes wildly over you. But in doing so, he takes his foot off of the bandit's chest. The bandit doesn't look to be too badly beaten. He looks like he took a smith's hammer up the side of the head as he ducked into their smithy. Go ahead and make a attack roll with advantage. He's prone. And I think you've got a spider poison thing too, right?
I do.
What are the rest of you doing? Are you going after Elmar, or are you following her into the smithy?
I'm gonna tie up that unconscious guy. Kind of drag him along.
I'm gonna head into the smithy.
And since Noro's out of combat, he drops out of rage and he doesn't remember checking on Elmar, so he's going to go check on Elmar again.
Fails the con save. Are you intending to kill, or are you just looking to knock him unconscious?
She wants to incapacitate him.
That is just enough to take him under. As your fangs sink into him, he just... And as you release him, his limbs tense up for a second, and he just goes limp. Again, barely breathing, softly breathing like the other one.
Well, he'd be paralyzed then. If his hit points went to 0.
Well, then he doesn't go limp. He stays contorted with his arms and fingers twisted up.
What the blazes are you?
She's going to raise one arm and wave it at him.
Oh, now I've seen everything. You're here to help, apparently, yeah?
She'll just nod.
Well, that's a good spider.
Danny, get in here. The girl comes running in behind you. Sorry, who else was going to the smithy?
The Kenku?
Scribble's going to see Elmar, right?
No, I was
he's
going
going
to
to
the
the
smithy
Oh,
because it was
Is-
closer to where I was.
is anybody going over to Elmar? Or?
Yeah, Noro is.
Noros, yeah.
No, I went to go check on Elmar.
Well, I know you did, and then you slapped him, and then
And then I said I dropped out of combat, and I don't remember checking on him. So now I'm checking on him again.
okay, so you barge back in through the door and get away from me!
Good.
Don't
You okay?
Don't hit me again! Don't hit me! I'm sorry. I didn't. What did I do to deserve that? You can see the side of his face is red and starting to swell.
And I'm curious, and I'm looking at him, and I'm trying to check if my hand fits. It's
Oh
like,
God.
Did I do this to you?
He cowers even further back against the counter.
Okay. I'm leaving, and I go towards the smithy.
You just leave him sort of sitting on the floor, curled up. shaking.
Yes.
All right. Sorry, just switching gears here to my NPC sheets. One of these days I'll get faster at this. The dwarf, Dalgren, looks around at the room, the spider, the girl coming back in the room. Well, showed them who's boss around here, I think. Is that dwarf with you?
Lunalia's just going to point out the door.
Oh, outside, eh? You okay to watch this one?
Yeah, she's going to grip him tighter in her legs.
Right. Okay, then. Deebs, you hear Dalgren Steelfold shout from across the way. Hi there! Your pet is in my shop. We've caught one. Unless you've got one too.
Dogrin, you son of a bitch.
Oh God.
Deebs Darkbeard! I
Aye.
thought you'd be the one to give it to this lot.
Here, let me come over. I'll kind of drag that guy with me.
Aye, nicely done. He's surveying the scene. Looks like this one didn't do too well.
Is it the fried one?
Yeah, he's looking at the fried one. That's unfortunate. Ugh. I hope somebody cleans that up. Ugh. We've got one inside. Your pet is keeping an eye on him.
That's my friend Lunaya.
Lunalia assumes you're talking about the Kenku.
Do we recognize the guy who's inside it all?
The bandit, he looks a lot like the rest of them. Scruffy, had a hard life, wearing some patchwork leather armor. He's got a short sword laying on the ground a few feet away from him. Not one of the ones that was in the fight, maybe one that was sneaking around, looking to jump somebody, and dodged in here when things got bad. He looks like he's been struck upside the head and then spider bit.
Nice
But he's
work.
not one from the other night.
No, he's neither of the two from the other night. None of the bandits that you saw here were those two.
Okay.
Deeb's dragging around acid burn face.
Well, it was poison, not.
Oh yeah,
not
poison.
acid.
Sorry.
It had a slight burning effect as the poison set into his flesh, but it mostly just caused him to get ill and have a coughing fit. Scribble, the girl walks up to you. She's just staring at you.
What are you? Never seen one of you before.
Just gonna reply, I'm nobody important.
I wouldn't say that. Everyone's important to someone. Duh! Have you seen this bird? Come look at him.
Or Scribble.
She just reaches up and ruffles the feathers on your head.
You're a good one, I think. I like you. Is that your spider?
Not my spider.
All right, then.
She kneels down next to the spider.
So you're friendly. Who do you belong to?
She's gonna point at Scribble.
I see.
Meanwhile, outside, Noro comes out of Barthen's provisions with a bit of a probably a confused look on his face as the dwarves are talking. Solmia, where are you at?
So it was like an orc or a half orc, you were saying?
Yeah,
The one that I lit up.
big half orc.
I'd say
I'm just getting a picture of him for you here. Of course, he doesn't look like that. I'm not sure if you saw that on your screen.
Nope.
No.
It's probably because here, you know what? It's on another map. That's why. Put it there and no. Oh well, that's fantastic.
Post it in Discord.
Yeah, I'm working on it. Here we go. Thug
go.
half orc. There we go. And how about now?
Yep.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
Of course, he doesn't look like that anymore. He's quite badly burnt.
Yeah, I would say I'm probably just like standing there, just kind of looking at him.
As you stare at the body that lies burnt before you, there is a cold feeling that creeps over your shoulders. It's chilly at first and you find it unsettling, but it surrounds you like a cloak and embraces you. And it's odd, but it almost feels warm after a while. It just feels... It feels like an embrace, like an ethereal embrace.
Whoa.
Like something is proud of you.
Fuck.
Oh, that's it. It doesn't always have to be, but sometimes the little things. Dahlgren looks at Deebs. Well, I'd say you and your lot did a pretty good job with these. What are you going after the rest? You know, this isn't all of them, right?
I was wondering if these were who you were referencing when we spoke before. You're saying there's more.
It's not the right thing to talk about people unless you know what can be done against them. Now I know what can be done against them, and I think it's high time we have a bigger discussion about the direction of this town. Now that we've got some able hands and good fighters here. Come on in. I'll fix you up a place to at least sit about and have a rest after all of this. It's not too good to be out on the street. There might be more of them about. Gather everyone around.
I appreciate it, Dahlgren. Go in.
As you get to the door, just before you break line of sight with him, he says, "Somebody go look in on Elmar. They were over there roughing him up earlier."
Is this can I hear it from where that orc would be?
Yeah, the dwarves aren't quiet.
Yeah, so then I guess hearing that all.
You kind of snap out of it. And,
yeah, exactly.
yeah. Okay. Nora, are you like walking back from Elmar's towards the smithy?
Yes, that's correct.
Actually,
more like I'm looking for someone nearby to check on him. Like, can you go look at him? Because he's afraid of me for whatever reason.
I'll go check on him. I'll head over and take a look at him.
Well, I was thinking more like Soam, just because I would probably see him since he was by the orc. Whereas Deebs is already at the smithy having a conversation, so I would see him and yeah, so Soam would be the first person I lay on, and I'm like, can you check on him? He won't talk to me. That's all I'm gonna say.
I got you, Boo Boo.
So can I go back out and then help? Like the cart's right near the provisioner, right?
The cart's down the way. It's actually sort of in front and just south of the blacksmith. There is a bit of a crowd that's begun to gather sort of behind the cart. A few people have stepped out of a couple of the homes nearby and are sort of gawking at what happened. There's whispered chatter going on in this little crowd that's gathered, 6 or 7 people. But yeah,
it's evening, isn't it? It's nighttime.
It is.
Yeah, the sun just went down.
Yeah.
Okay. That's right. He did say that.
Yeah, the sunset and the light of the moon brightened right as Deebs fried a guy.
Then, so I would see Hummer out in the street still.
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna motion for Noro to come help, like get the cart to deliver it.
All right, and I go help Scribble.
Solmia, you make it to the door of Barthen's Provisions, and Elmar's managed to. You see him just getting up off the ground and dusting himself off. He's got a welt across the side of his face and a deep gash over his right brow, where it looks like somebody clocked him pretty hard with a club.
I like to walk up to him and cast Cure Wounds.
Okay. He shies away from you. Is your hood up and your face mostly covered, or are you?
No, I would say my hood is up, but it's not like pulled in, so he could definitely see my face and my eyes.
He withdraws from you, the counter at his back, and you can see him sort of moving away from you. Don't come any closer. I've had enough today. I can't take any more of this. Just leave me alone. Stay away from me.
I'll try to like calmly say I'm with Deeb's Darkbeard. You look hurt. I'm just trying to heal your injuries.
His brow furrows for a second. I'm fine. Just leave me be.
All right. Well, in that case, I will turn around and leave his door, and I'll just say I mean you no harm at all.
You get no response from him as you leave. Noro and Scribble, you easily get the ox-drawn cart up over in front of the provisioners. You can hear Elmar inside settle into a chair, exhale loudly. Meanwhile, at the smithy, those of you who have, Deebs and Lunalia, have managed to subdue both of your captives. And Deebs, I'm assuming you're tying up the other guy as well.
Yep, that's correct.
Yeah, he is. He's out cold. He's paralyzed for Lunalia. What is it? A minute?
An hour.
An hour? Oh, he's paralyzed for an hour. His arms and legs are contorted and twisted in unnatural shapes. You manage to tie him up, but he's probably not going to be comfortable when he comes to. But you secure him well enough that it looks like he won't be able to get away easily. And Dahlgren just says, you can keep them here tonight if you need to, but I'd appreciate it if you cleared them out of here in the morning. Take them down to Town Hall. There's a place they can be locked up.
We'll do that. We'll do that. I appreciate the hospitality.
It's not cold, but I've got ale if you'd like some.
Warm ale?
I mean, it's more of a breakfast thing, but...
Delicious. Thank you.
Right. I'll be right back then. He looks at Lunalia. I don't know what to get for you. Ale?
She'll just nod her head at him.
Okay. He comes out a couple minutes later with a fairly generous size mug of ale for Deebs and a saucer, like a sort of a shallow bowl full of ale that he sets gingerly on the ground and backs away from for the spider. How long does that form last?
An hour.
Oh boy. He's very uncomfortable around you.
She's gonna take the bowl up into her hands carefully, and she's gonna climb up into the rafters of the smithy and slurp it all down.
Make an acrobatics check.
She doesn't need to.
To
climb?
To carry the bowl without spilling?
Oh, to carry the bowl without
spilling. Yeah,
sure.
I'm just curious to see how much slops out.
Oh wait, what is my spiders? Acrobatics?
Yeah. Not bad. You only spill a little bit and manage to get most of it up there.
Nice.
Yeah. That's weird. Druids, man. Scribble and Noro, you're left out in front of Elmar's with a cartload of provisions and a ox who is more than a little bit spooked, but not really going anywhere right now. What do you guys want to do?
So then, do I see them at this point then?
Yeah, Solmia, you step outside, and the two of them are just coming up with the cart.
So I'll let him know that he's either super spooked or he didn't take very kindly to my offers of help.
Oh. Maybe we need to get the dwarf in there. Deebs. I guess we'll move to get the cart moving though first.
Well, I mean, we have the cart where we're supposed to deliver it, right? Just right
Yeah,
there.
you've got
it's already there?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
You only needed to move it up like another 50 feet.
Yep.
Oh, I see. Okay. That's it. Then let's get Deebs to go talk to him.
Probably a good idea.
Yeah, that's what he needs to finish his night off. Deeb's going to yell at him.
I'm gonna go inside and then mimic him talking about the 3 horses and the ox, about returning them to him.
Surprisingly, he looks down at you intently and calms down a little bit when you come in.
Oh, you. Oh. Hmm. I see. Oh, keep those others away from me, please. You've had too much of a day. The boy who normally helps me has gone home for the night. Would it be possible for the lot of you to move the provisions into the storeroom and back?
I'll just tell him, yes, we can. And then I guess go have Noro help me move the stuff. Mainly Noro doing it.
I thought you were going to stick your hand out for the gold first.
He sets out a pouch of gold on the counter and disappears into a back room. And as you're walking out the door, behind you, he just calls out, "Your payment's here. I'm going to lie down for a bit. Just load the provisions in and be on your way, please. I'll come back in the morning if you want to talk to me. It's been a day. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, little bird."
I'll grab the pouch and make sure it's the correct amount.
As Noro's lugging crates and barrels in, you count out the 30 gold pieces that was promised across the three of you. 10 each. Meanwhile, at the smithy, Deebs, Lunalia, anything you want to do here? You've got these guys tied up. The one that was that you drug in off the street, you can likely rouse him awake.
Yeah, I'll try and wake him up. But it sounds like Dahlgren already has some information though, so I may not even.
Lunalia will come down from the rafters to back you up, but she will stay in intimidating spider form to do so.
Yeah, I'll rouse him up. I'll wake him up and ask him, "How many more are there of you?"
Dahlgren's standing over your shoulder, holding a large sledgehammer in both hands, backing you up.
"Tell me."
The bandit that you rouse awake, just a kid, can't be more than 19 or 20. Dirty face, disheveled dark hair, a bit of a scruff beard, a little bit of a scruffy neck beard, in dirty armor that just smells like it's been lived in. What? What happened? He turns and looks and sees the other one. Oh, no, please, I don't want to end up like him. What do you want?
Tell me what I want to know. How many more are you? Are you?
Make a intimidation check with advantage.
Man.
You're loud, but you're not intimidating.
Oh my god!
Lunalia's gonna roll all 18 of her eyes and move up beside Deebs. Just let out a little spider hiss at him. At the guy, not at Deebs.
Right. Oh.
Why don't you roll two? Go ahead and make an intimidation check.
Intimidation, okay.
It's gonna be harder because of Deeb's failure, but that's life, isn't it?
Jesus.
What the
Friendly spider and dwarf.
Great.
Another 7 more times and we got this.
Yep.
It gets harder every time you try it. he just looks at the dwarves and the spider, and I don't want to be here. I don't want to end up like him. There's more of us. I don't know how many. A bunch. More than what you saw here. A lot more. Dahlgren says, aye, they come in here and they don't put hands on me. I think they'll know what happens if they try, but they like to talk big. Ask for coin, for protection. I told them to go shove it. They said they'd be back. Poor Elmar over there. I've seen them go in there, come out with a sack of coin before. It sounds like they roughed him up pretty good tonight. Rumor has it they've jumped a couple of wagons on their way into town, or out, as well.
Are these, is there a hideout of some sort?
Well,
Do you know where they're coming from?
But if I had to say, there's a spot at the far end of town where I've once or twice seen a couple of unsavory folk like this gentleman here come out of. Now, if you ask me, Stonehill Inn's the place to go for a pint and a quiet put the foot up by the fire. But there is another place in town you might check out. I can show you where it is. Maybe on the morrow.
Aye, I'd appreciate that. But now we drink!
Oh god.
Well, I've only got a small keg, but we'll do what we can with it. Ah! He gives you a hard slap on the shoulder. Scribble, Noro, you guys finish stacking the provisions from the cart in the storeroom around back. Scribble has the sack of 30 gold. What do you guys want to do? And Elmar seems to have gone upstairs to lie down. Isn't around, just left the shop open. And Solmia, if you're still around as well.
And I imagine we're hitting a period of time where like shops are closing up.
Oh yeah, most everything's closed up. The inn's still open. Like you can, go for a rest and a drink, and you've got rooms paid for tonight.
Once Lunalia sees that everything has been calmed down, the guy's been questioned and everything, she's going to drop her form. She's going to slump down along the wall because now her hit points are not good.
You said it was 10 gold for each person?
Lunalia!
Well, if Scribble gives it to you, it is.
So there
Yes,
would-
Deeps.
there would be 50 gold?
No, it's
Is that
only
right?
30. We weren't there.
Oh, that's right. Okay.
I mean,
Yeah,
you
they
can,
don't do
you
anything.
can choose to split it up 5 ways if you want.
Oh, I see. I understand now. I forgot.
Seeing that Lunalia looks pretty roughed up, I'm going to cast Cure Wounds on her.
Oh, wow.
Good job, Deeps.
Boom!
Oh, nice.
Twice?
Oh, first one, sorry. Didn't mean to hit twice.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm out of slots.
Hope your fists are good.
She's going to say, thank you, Deeps.
You're welcome.
I didn't mean to scare you back there. I forgot that you're not used to maybe seeing that.
You surprise me every day. I'm not gonna lie, the spider scared me a little bit.
That's why they're so effective. I'm also going to cure myself with a cure wounds.
At this point, I mean, you guys could choose to, unless you're staying on guard for some reason, you could choose to, pack it in and take a short rest. We've been going for 4 hours. If you guys want to go a little bit longer, I can wind out the night. It's up to you. Maybe we should check in and see how everybody's doing and see if you guys want to go a few more minutes. Or
I'm fine with whatever everybody else wants to do.
Yeah, I can go longer.
Yes.
Yeah, I can finish up tonight.
The show.
Cool. Okay. Unless there's anything specific you guys want to do, you finish packing in the provisions, and I imagine one of you closes the door to Elmar's provisions.
Yeah, Lunalia would have headed over that way because she wants to check on the corpses that were left behind. But she'll head over to Barthen's provisions, and seeing them sort of closing up behind them, she'll ask them, what are you doing?
We're not going back to that damn pond.
No, she means like, what are you doing here? Why are you closing up his shop?
Oh.
What happened to the guy?
He's gone to bed.
Oh. So she is just going to druid craft around the door, like around the handle, so that you can't get it open without really forcing it. Since we can't lock it.
You manage to coax a little bit of life out of the door frame, and grow the wood into the door just enough that it sort of digs in and jams it shut.
Yeah, like somebody could easily get in, but not without enough noise that it would wake up the guy.
Like a strong shoulder against it. It would basically, be like a stuck door. A strong shoulder against it would pop it open. And you set off on your way.
Yeah, she's just gonna say, I'm headed to the inn. We're paid up for another night.
Scribble, are you taking the gold sack back to the inn with everybody else, or?
I was going to give Noro his 10.
And Deebs?
And then whenever I see Deebs, I'll give him.
I don't want to leave these two guys in Dahlgren's house or in his smithy. I mean,
well, he told us that they'd be fine there for the night, but we'd have to come back for them in the morning.
So is Dahlgren's okay with watching them?
Dahlgren just shrugs and he says, "It was what it is. There's no one really to look after him. You'll want to talk to the town master in the morning, but I imagine he's probably gone off to bed by now. I can look after him. You've got him good and tied up. I'll put this here hammer through their heads if they're any trouble. Aye?
Aye, Dahlgren.
Aye.
I'll be here first thing in the morning and take them. I need some rest myself."
Right. Well, if you happen to wander back this way tomorrow, come kindly collect your baggage. And I'll show one or all of you where I think they might be hanging out at. Although I wouldn't suggest kicking down the front door. Maybe we stroll by and I just nod and smile and say that's the place.
Understood. I appreciate that.
Right. Well, nice work. I had a feeling about you lot when you came to town.
I just kind of nod and head out.
The human girl smiles and waves at you as you leave. And the two of them close the door and bar it shut on your way out. you all find yourself in the middle of the street walking back towards the inn. There are just a few townsfolk that are still standing in doorways, looking and chattering with each other about what happened. And as they see the group of you sort of join back up and walk towards the inn, you hear doors shut, window shutters close. You find yourselves back in the warmth of the inn, probably a little tired from the fight, and staring down the barrel of a short rest and probably a long rest tonight, unless something happens. As you settle in around what is, probably your table now, the table big enough for all of you. The barmaid Trilina comes up. You lot look like you've been in a scuffle. Did you tangle with the Red Brands?
The who now?
Well, the local lot of thieves and bandits that have been hassling our customers.
It sounds like that was them, yes. They seem to have been harassing the provisioner.
She looks you up and down and says, well, I hope they fared worse than you did.
Certainly they did.
So, drinks for everyone.
Yes, so Lunalia will order for everyone. She remembers that Solmia likes wine, and that the big man likes cider, and ale for the dwarf, cold if you have it. One for the birdman.
And she remembers that was it 3 gold that you paid that morning? Would cover your drinks and meal and rooms for the night, for tonight.
Yeah. No, it was only 2 gold.
Was it 2 gold?
Yeah.
It's still enough. It's still enough to cover everything for the night.
If you have anything stronger, a small glass perhaps, I would appreciate it.
For you?
Yes.
I can find something. I'll get you something. Warm you up.
I'd appreciate it.
She leaves the table.
Now, was this the wife?
Yeah, Trilina.
Okay, yeah.
Scribble gives me a 10 gold.
Yeah.
Thanks, Scribs.
Thank you, Scribble.
Yeah, so she'll move over to the table that we were at the previous night as the rest come filtering in and say, I've ordered your drinks.
Thank you.
Thanks, Lanaya.
I made sure to ask for cold ale this time.
Aye. Cold at night, warm in the morning.
I don't even know what to do with that. That's Deebs, you notice a table in a dark corner in the back where they were last night are your 2 buddies.
Oh, boy.
Kurt and Trevor.
Oh, Jesus.
You see one of them tap the other one on the arm, point at your table. And then as you make eye contact with them, they both look away suddenly and bury their faces in their drinks.
Look. It looks like we have made a couple more of the red brand that I mistakenly gave money to. You try to be good. What do you want to do about these two? I say that to the table.
Is the tavern keeper or the waitress close to us at this point?
No, she's gone and back getting your drinks.
So we can't ask if they're actually two of the Redbeard.
I mean, you could walk over to Toblin, who's behind the bar, and have a conversation with him if you wanted. Probably
so
out
he
of
is up
earshot
there.
of those two. Yeah.
I'll wander over and ask. Just point at him and question Redbeard.
He looks down at you and squints. Do you mean Red Brand?
It's Red Brand Lucid.
Redbeard, totally different guy.
Yeah, Redbeard. Yeah, Red Brand.
Yes.
He quietly nods and says, "Yeah, they're with him. I don't bother them and they don't bother me, but I think those two are in here, well, looking to see who's new in town and telling their friends. We've had some trouble with them jumping people on their way out of town."
Can we at the table hear any of this, or just...
No, he's
Okay.
speaking very quietly to Scribble at the bar.
But we can all see them sort of eyeing the room.
They're not. So they're trying really hard to not eye the room now that they made eye contact with Deeps. They're trying very, very hard to low profile it.
I'll also ask him if he's seen Ulrich. Assuming I've got that name right.
Hi, your friend said he'd be back tomorrow. He went looking for some friends of his, people he knows or something. Said he wouldn't be back until the morning. Left this for you, actually. And he kind of looks around and it's a lot of coin. I shouldn't be seen handing this to you.
Because he's already seen me dump out a bunch of coins on the table.
Yeah. He says, no, it's well, here. You know what? I'll send it out to the table with your meal. How about that? I remember your friend paid up for dinner for the evening, so it'll come out with your meal.
All
So you
right,
head
I'll
back
just nod and then go back to the table.
You head back to the table, and a few minutes later, Trulena comes out with drinks for everyone, and then another 10 minutes later or so, bowls of stew, a side of day-old bread. The stew is hearty, quite a bit of flavor. It's well spiced. The meat is questionably beef, but it tastes great. And one of the platters she brings out has a sack of coins, and in it is 50 gold.
Lunalia is going to take a look at the sack, and she's going to take a look at the two guys across the way. Are they
I can
watching?
imagine her looking at it and going, "What is this? I can't eat this."
She's going to look at the two guys across the way.
Make a perception check. You, one of them's not watching. You lock eyes with the other one for just a half second before he looks down at his drink.
She's going to audibly slide her chair back and head in their direction.
She didn't take the gold, did she?
Nope.
as you walk up. Shit, what do we do? Play cool, play cool. They both look up at you as you walk up.
What are you doing? She's just gonna cock her head at the side to them, sort of.
One of them kind of forces a smile and says, just having a drink with my friend. What are you doing?
You're the two from the other night, yes?
We're the two from many nights.
The one that my dwarf friend spoke to last night, yes?
Could be your two tonight if you're lucky.
She's just gonna stab her spear into the ground in front of them. She's holding her staff, but the spear tip is down. I would not recommend that. Why are you Why are you watching us? Gosh, she's terrible at intimidation.
I mean, you know, my dice are terrible too, so we'll see. The one who's not speaking looks a little bit nervous. You throw that much coin on a table, everybody in the room's watching.
The coin is not yours to worry about, so I ask you, why are you watching us?
Look, the dwarf gave us money. I don't know why. Kind of half hoping he'd give us some more. But kind of half wondering what you're all about. It's a lot of money.
She's gonna sigh because she remembers now that Deebs gave them a bunch of money.
Yeah.
That dwarf is young and doesn't always think before he acts, I think.
Right, but I was thinking, I mean, if you all wanted to throw us some more money, maybe we could do something for it. Make it fair.
Do you know of these bandits harassing people in town?
The other one, shh, don't. Yeah.
And would you know where they're located?
I mean, you're looking at him. Some of them.
We dispatched quite a few earlier. I would hate to think that you two would become part of that number. She's going to crouch down so that she's sort of eye level with them.
As he gets a better look at your eyes, his eyes widen a little bit. He ain't got no reason to fight us. Look, we got no swords. Just a couple of guys having a drink. But a little more coin comes our way, might stop talking.
Is there... She's going to look over her shoulder at the group to see if they're looking her way.
Are you guys watching her?
Yep.
Yeah.
And Noro's getting up.
Oh, shit. All right.
Is there perhaps someplace we could have a discussion out of sight and earshot of everyone in this room?
You mean a quiet back alley where you can shiv us and leave us to bleed out? No. No, there's not. You could pay me, and I might tell you some things, show you some things, maybe even help you with some things. But I ain't going nowhere alone with the likes of all of you.
I didn't say with all of us.
Are we close enough to hear what they're saying?
She's trying to be quiet.
Have you snuck close enough to hear what they're saying?
I'm walking
No,
up
I was
to
just
him.
at the table. I'm not sure how far away they were.
It's about 25 feet away. You could you could, slowly make your way that direction with a stealth check.
All right.
Let's see if you go unnoticed, if you wanted to. Hummer, you said Noro's moving that way.
Yes.
So she'll look over her shoulder at Noro and she'll just point at him and motion with her finger, come here.
On me way. Oh, 17. Nice scribble. Dude, +5? Why aren't you stealthing around more?
Because has you. Why do you need to hide?
Yeah, literally everybody knows you guys are, wherever you guys are at because of Noro and Deebs.
Well, mainly because of Deebs.
Yeah.
What?
So as Noro walks up, what does he do?
I walk up and I remember too that Deebs gave them money. And then I open my hand and I go 1, 2, 3, 4. And I say, have you heard of the 5-step program?
Oh no. Lunalia's going to reach up and just put her hand on his chest and say, hold on. I was hoping to have a conversation with these two out of sight of the town members.
So I hear her and I close my hand and I don't say anything, but I start walking. I just start leading outside.
Now, I'm not saying that it's in your best interest to come with me and my friend. But you boys seem smart enough to know a good thing when you see it. And she'll head outside as well.
I'm gonna slam.
Make a persuasion check. Sorry, Solomon, go ahead.
No, I'm gonna slam the rest of my wine, remembering I got stiff with the bill, and say fuck this and just leave.
Smart. Very smart.
Good roll, Nanalia. Nice.
Well, there we go. As you leave them behind you, you hear a bit of quiet whispers exchanged between the two, and they both stand up and one of them follows you, the one who you've been talking to, and the other one slips out a back hall, probably out another door.
So one of them came out, though?
Yep.
So she's going to lead Noro sort of down the road, and she'll just keep looking over her shoulder at the other guy.
Scribble, you're pretty sure that your inching closer to them was left you unnoticed. You could follow them if you want.
Yeah, I'm gonna follow the guy.
Okay.
The one that went outside or the one that went a different way?
Your choice. He wasn't very stealthy about slipping out the back. You could go either.
Yeah, the guy who slipped out.
Okay. So you follow him. He definitely ducks out through a back door, out the back side of the inn. There's just a bit of a grassy area between the inn and the other buildings, and you see him quietly make his way around the side of the building, back out towards the main street, maybe just circling around to meet them. Deebs,
Yeah, I'll
are
just continue
you?
to follow him to see which way he's going, to see if he is going to meet him.
Deebs is awful quiet. Is he face down in a beer?
I'm gonna follow Lunalia and Noro.
Okay.
We did split up our gold, right, before?
Yes.
Well, hopefully somebody took that sack off the table with them.
Well, I figured whenever they brought it, we knew how much it was. We took our money then.
Okay.
So I should add 10 gold then to my.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, and that is I'm assuming Scribble somehow lets the rest of you know that Ulrich left that for you guys.
Yeah, during the time that we had, that's what I went back and said that those guys were with them. And
So yeah, once she's sure that the guy is like following them, she's just gonna head behind a building, sort of out of, the main road, I guess. And wait for him to come around the corner.
All right. You wait. Noro, you're with her, right?
Yes, correct.
Weapons out, weapons stowed. What you doing?
No, weapons stowed.
Okay. He comes around the corner. Right, so just the two of you. Suppose that's okay. How much you looking to pay? And what are you looking for?
It depends on the information.
He glances nervously at the Goliath. Back to you.
We know that there is a hideout or I don't know, thug meeting hall someplace in town. And you obviously know where it is if you're part of this merry band of bandits.
What are you looking to do with them? You're not going to kill them, are you? Some of them are good blokes.
If they're so good,
Look
why
at
are
us.
they harassing townsfolk?
I mean, it's our job.
These are people I'm assuming you grew up with. Your neighbors, family, cousins.
Well, my friend Trevor is, but I don't know most of the rest of them. Just some of them are drifters. Some of them are folk who came here to, well, hoping to strike it rich. Open a mine. Fell upon bad times, and, well, this is all that's left.
And whose idea was it to extort from the townsfolk? Who's running your group? Who's in charge?
Mean son of a bitch named Madrick. Shit. That's going to cost you. When we settle this, that's going to cost you.
Madrick. Another human, I assume?
I'm not saying any more till you pay me. Gold piece. Gold piece for anything more.
Have we had time for a short rest while we were at the inn?
Yeah, you know what? Between then and now, yes. Yeah, if you guys wanna punch your short rest buttons and do a hit die, go for it. Or do however many hit dice you want, go for it.
Okay.
Just keep in mind when you take a long rest, you only get half of your level worth of hit dice back. So at level 2, if you use 2 hit dice when you take a long rest tonight, you'll only get 1 of them back. But I mean, unless we end this with a cliffhanger going into a fight in the next few minutes, it's kind of a moot.
So she's
Good
going
point.
to look. She's going to look.
Sorry, just a quick question.
Mhm.
With a short rest, do you gain back spell slots?
Warlocks only. You can. Sorry, you know what? Hang on. Let me just bring up the homebrew rules from the resources page on our website. You can expend a hit die.
I thought I read
to-
druids have it or something.
No, druids get back wild shape.
Spell recovery.
Yeah.
Once
Here,
per Yeah, you wrote on here once per day when you finish a short rest, you can expend up to half your total hit dice, rounding down, recover.
yeah, I just pasted it in roll 20.
Oh, okay.
Got it.
So if you spend 1 hit die, you get a level 1 spell slot back. If you spend 2 hit dice, you get a level 2 slot or 2 level 1 slots back. Obviously, you can't get more slots back than your maximum.
Yep. Cool. Thank you for explaining.
It's my favorite page, the resource page.
So
It's feeling thin. I need to add more to it.
she's going to look up at Noro and say, my friend here will be doing the rest of the talking. And when it comes to payment, that all depends on the answers that you're about to give us. And she will wild shape into that Black Panther.
Nora, what are you doing now? That she dodges out of the conversation into a cat, a big cat.
I now am facing them, and I now am saying to them,
Oh, it's just the one. It's just
It's just one, yeah.
"Oh, just the one. Okay. Is this the one that was timid, or the one that was like?"
No, this is the bold one. The timid
This is
one.
the
flipped
talker,
back.
yeah.
Scribble, you see him stop at the edge of the building, and he's you can hear the others talking quietly, and he's watching them. He does have a dagger concealed behind his back, and he's got his hand on the hilt.
But he doesn't see me at all.
No, he has not seen
Okay, I'll just keep watching him.
Is there a way I can perform kind of like I want to intimidate him, like we mean business about what we're talking about. Where
Crack your knuckles, you could pop your neck as you know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean,
the price is your life. It's not a gold coin.
Yeah.
You've got a +3 to intimidation, and if you used your physical presence to intimidate him, we could do a hybrid roll, which is basically a strength-based intimidation check, where you add your proficiency bonus to your strength bonus. So basically, you add you would roll intimidation, just punch the button for intimidation, and then just add the difference between your charisma and your strength to that. In your bonuses, so your charisma is +1, your strength is +3, so you just roll in an intimidation and add the difference, which is +2.
Roger.
Did that make sense? That didn't make sense to me, but
Nice.
yeah. So actually, it's a 23 if you use your physical presence.
Yeah, so I go up there and I'm asking Lunalia, like, which arm do I take first? I'm playing into what that does to him.
Yeah, I mean, if I didn't make it clear before I shifted, she wants the information and she wants all of it, and once it's all out, we'll determine if it's enough to warrant payment.
Right.
And that's why she shifted into a more intimidating form, because her form's not intimidating.
Right on.
Oh yeah, now that she's a panther, she will move much closer to him. With a low growl in her throat.
And I will definitely use size as my intimidation.
He shrinks before you both, and just backs flat against the wall of the building. Right. All right. So what did you want? We're all friends here.
Magic in the hideout. Where?
Right. It's called the Sleeping Giant. It's an old tap house down the street that way. He nods sort of towards the east end of town. Bunch of the boys hang out there, get all sloshed up, go out and cause trouble. I don't know if Madrid. We don't see him very often. He's there sometimes, but you can't kill him, you know. I've seen him die 3 times. You can't kill him. He just comes back, laughing every time.
What?
Just gonna look up at Noro and give a panther-like shrug.
I was like, and anything else we should know? I try to maintain composure, although I am surprised to hear that things come back to life.
That's all I know. Look,
This is my job. I sit here in the pub. I look for people. Have a little too much coin on them. And, not enough muscle to hang on to it. I tell the boys, they do their job. Everyone's got a job.
You keep all of it?
I get what they pay me. And frankly, my friend, it's not as good as what your dwarf pays. So if you pay half as well as he does, I work for you. At least as long as they don't figure out I work for you, then I'm dead.
Lunalia is going to sniff the air around and make sure that there's nobody else trying to sneak up on us. She's making a perception check.
Yep.
With advantage.
Scribble, you continue to observe Trevor finger his knife at his belt, but not draw it as he nervously watches around the corner. Solm and Deebs, what you doing?
Shit, I rolled that wrong.
Well, I followed Lunalia, and Noro.
I somehow didn't catch that. Have you been with him this whole time?
He was at a little
much.
distance behind. Like, he knows where we're going.
Yeah.
He watched us.
Are you just like, you know, if they're around the side of the building like here and on the map, and Scribble is here out the back watching the guy at the corner here who's looking at them there, you're you know, kind of in front of the smithy or something, watching, like leaning up against the door of the smithy watching him, or?
Yeah, I'm just gonna kind of keep my distance and just keep an eye out all around,
Okay.
make sure no one's coming, or try to at least.
You become very aware of the little redheaded girl's face peering out the window of the smithy next to you, watching what's going on. She looks up at you and kind of nods.
I give her a little smile and nod.
Solm, where are you at?
But before I slammed my wine, I said "fuck this" and just left.
Like, left, went to bed, went off into the woods.
Off into the woods. Yeah, there's too much excitement.
All right, you head back the same way you'd gone before, but there's something different about it. There's a tranquility in the wood around you, and
Excellent.
you very quickly find what you think is a fairly safe, secluded spot, cloaked in shadows, but it doesn't give you the creeps like it did the night before. And you very quickly find yourself in a deep slumber, resting peacefully.
GG Adabra.
The two of you that have Kurt in the alley behind the inn, is there anything else you want from him now that he quote unquote works for you?
No, we just really wanted to know where it was, who's in charge. I mean, Lunalia had asked if it's just another human, but humans don't just die multiple times and come back to life.
Right, so about that payment.
She's just gonna growl and step even closer to him.
I want to try to maybe perhaps make a deal with him where we could use him for an inside man. Maybe. And
Could.
offer half payment and then the other half when he comes back.
Sure. If you're not comfortable talking through that, your description there is enough. If you want to make a persuasion check.
Oh boy.
Ooh, nice.
Not bad.
Oh, it was a 2 and then it tipped over.
Or you're using the... Oh, yeah. I can
He uses
tell
the
you're
big
using
roller,
digital
yeah.
dice, yeah.
Yeah.
Cool. You know what? There's a certain excitement in watching actual dice or even digital dice roll.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Did my perception check, the 22, let me know that
You
there's anybody
are
around?
you are aware of his buddy Trevor at the corner of the building, about 25 feet away, watching this whole thing go down.
Okay.
It's just he's leaned around the corner. You glance that way and you see him peeking.
Well, I can smell him.
Yeah. You smell him and then you look over. You just peek out of the corner of your eye and you see him. And he's just there, a little silhouette at the edge of the building, watching.
Does she see Scribble farther back watching
No,
him?
Scribble's around the corner.
Okay.
So you're here. He's here. Scribble's somewhere around there watching him.
Okay.
Kurt nods. If the money's good, but look, I ain't gonna do nothing that gets me in trouble with them. Talk to you, I talk to them. Keep my business separate. How much you paying and what you asking?
When you don't see Madrick, where does he go if he's randomly showing up? Do you know?
I don't know.
So, if I paid you well enough, would it be possible for you to follow him? And then report?
That's a dangerous thing. 10 gold.
Jesus!
Who?
She's gonna drop her wild form and just say, wait a minute, 10 gold.
That's the price of my life.
Look, how about this?
That's not that much. I'm not worth that much.
The next time
10
you
gold's not
see
much.
him, the next time is he in town right now?
I don't know. My job is to sit here.
When is the last time you saw him?
Week ago? No, 2 weeks. 2 weeks ago. But it's been a week since I've been back to the Sleeping Giant, so I mean, he could be right there right now. Go find out for you.
So why don't you go and see if he is there? And then when he does show up, you leave us. Let me think. You leave 3 pigeon feathers on the top of this wine barrel here. We'll check.
You get the strangest look from him. All right, but I want half of it up front, or no deal. You find someone else.
And he's referring to the 10 gold, right?
Yeah. 5 gold up front. Right now. Right here. In my hand. I'll waive the gold for the name. Give me 5 gold. I'm your man.
Can I insight check him?
Always.
She wants to know really how scared he really is or how much he really wants this money.
With a 14, you're somewhat confident that he's a little bit of both. He is scared. It is a lot of money to him. And so he is chasing the money, despite being a little terrified of you all. However, he's smart enough to not do dangerous work without something up front. But you don't know if you can trust him to do anything other than take the money and leave town. It's 5 gold. It's not a lot.
Right. I will pay you and your friend 2 gold each right now, with 10 gold each once we have a meeting with your boss. Now, I'm not asking you to arrange the meeting. I am asking you to watch. If possible, let us know when he's in town. And when he does leave, let us know where he goes. 2 gold each now. 10 gold each once we've met this man.
You can see him sort of counting in his head and thinking, oh, I don't know. The money's right, but give me the 4 gold. I don't want Trevor involved in this. I'll see he's taken care of, but he's my friend and I don't want him in danger.
Okay, so she'll hand over 4 gold.
All right. Go ahead and mark it off your sheet.
Yep.
He takes it from you, and as he does, you can see his hands shaking a little bit, but when he gets hold of the money, the shake stops. He just nods to himself.
That's a lot of gold. Don't show that anywhere in town.
I'm not stupid. I'm not you. Sorry.
If you want
Sorry.
to live to get the remainder of that gold, I will watch your
Right.
mouth.
I'm sorry. Can I talk to the dwarf next time? He's much nicer.
That damn dwarf. That damn dwarf.
Give me a day, maybe 2. I'll go back there tonight and see what I can find. Might even do some asking around. The price is right. I'm your man. You leave him out of it. And he nods sort of down the way. You see Noro, you turn and follow his eye line back to the corner. You see Trevor's eyes go wide and he disappears. Scribble, you see him fall back around the corner out of sight. Out of sight of them. And breathing heavily. And he turns to head your way.
The guy that I was following is heading my way.
Yeah, he was watching them around the corner, and when Nero looked at him, he ducked back around the building, and he's turned and headed back your way. What are you doing? Are you hiding so he can't see you? Are you just hanging out?
Are you putting a frostbolt in him?
I'll try to hide so he can't see me.
Okay. Make another stealth check. I'll give you advantage because you've had time while watching him to find a good spot to hunker down.
All right, what's the button for advantage?
You hold down shift.
Yeah, there you go.
It should turn positive.
Natural fucking 20. He turns and walks right past you, but he does not go into the inn. He walks across the small lawn and towards the east end of town.
I just want to keep following him then.
All right. You follow him for the next handful of minutes, and down towards the end of town, he heads into a large, run-down-looking stone and wood building. It's similar to the Stonehill Inn. It's a little bit smaller. Some of the windows in the upper level are broken, but lights flicker from within, and you can hear shouts, the sounds of revelry and drink inside. There's a couple of burly-looking thugs leaning up against the front door, and you see Trevor make a beeline straight into the building.
But he was able to just walk right in. They didn't have to like say who he was or anything. Doesn't look
As he walks past the two of them, they both seem to recognize him, and one of them punches him in the shoulder, in a very big guy picking on little guy sort of way. Your gut feeling based on what you've seen of the guys you fought in the street, and now these guys here, is that the two in the that hang out at the Stonehill Inn are a couple of scouts, and they probably get treated pretty poorly by the rest.
Then I'll just head back to the inn and on my way see if I see the other guy that went out with Lunalia and them.
You don't. Well, sorry. Are you going back to the inn, like straight back to the back entrance, or around front, or how are you going?
Yeah, back entrance.
Okay. You don't. They're still around the side of the building. Trevor, at that point, clutches the coin in his hand and says, "Well, if there's nothing else, I'll be off."
Yeah, she'll just she's just gonna look at Noro and nod.
He looks up at Noro and is nodding emphatically, like, "Please let me go."
You got it. And I let him go, and I'm walking away.
Right then. He goes back around the front side of the building, nods at Deebs, and sort of awkwardly waves as he walks past.
This guy's gonna get himself killed. He's stupid.
And he goes back in to the inn. What are you guys? Are you guys going back in the inn as well, or?
Not just yet. I don't want to immediately go in after the guy.
Okay. He goes back in, and a minute later comes back out, left his jacket, and disappears around the side of the building, presumably going where he said he would.
Yeah, so I mean, after a couple of minutes, she's going to head back to the inn, because now she's hungry.
Okay. Scribble?
He went in the back entrance of the inn.
Yeah, I went back in to side.
Okay. Are you just hanging out at the table again?
Yeah.
So you would have at that point probably, as you were coming in, you would have seen Kurt run back to the table, grab a jacket, and he did actually have there's a short sword and a scabbard leaned up against the wall there. He takes it and sort of bundles it under his jacket, and leaves back out the front door. Shortly after, Lunalia comes back in. Noro, Deebs?
I'm gonna head over to the Shrine of Luck.
Oh, you fucking...
Got this, Deebs.
I'm not. And it's probably like, is the moonlight out now? Deep in the night.
There are clouds that slowly, lazily drift across the moonlit sky. Stars twinkle. Moonlight shines and then disappears behind clouds and then shines again. There's a bit of uncertainty in the moonlight tonight.
Yeah, I'm gonna go over to the shrine and just throw a silver piece in it. And then I'm also just gonna do a quick. Thank you, Saloon. Thank you for watching over me tonight.
You see a reflection of the moon in the small pool as the ripples from the coin that broke the water's surface slowly settle, and the water becomes glassy again.
I'm gonna okay, and I'll head back to the inn.
Yeah, sorry, man. She's not there.
No, that's not.
Poor Deebs. Maybe if he tossed a gold piece, she would have shown up.
I thought about it.
He's not saying she's a
He'll
gold
pay
digger.
some random thugs in an inn a shitload of money, but he won't give his girlfriend a gold?
Yeah, 22 silver.
I had to gotta do that in person.
It's like the fairy fountain on Zelda.
Exactly.
Throwing in them rupees.
Deeps making his investments over time.
Mhm.
As you all head back in and settle down for Sol, did you go to bed without food?
I thought they.
Oh no, sorry. There was food.
Yeah,
She
the
brought the
others-
food with
Yeah,
the
the
money.
others got up and walked away from it. Yeah.
Yes, I didn't eat or have my drink, so hopefully Psalm didn't touch it.
Sorry, my bad. Well, it's up to her how much she would have eaten of everybody's food. The plates are all empty.
That
No.
bitch.
Whoa! Kitty's got claws. You all settle down to finish what's left of your meals, and Trelina stops by the table one more time and just looks around at, I guess, the four of you that are left. She says, "Is everything okay? I saw you talking to those thugs. Now they're gone. Did you run them off?"
No, unfortunately.
Did you pay them off?
No, we just had a few questions.
Well, I'd caution you. I wouldn't trust them. I don't think any good will come of it, but I wish you luck. I heard about what happened in the street out there. A couple folk came in talking about it afterwards. That's a good thing you all did, but I worry that it might cause more trouble for us in the long run. There's a lot more of them.
How many, would you say?
I don't know, but we have no towns guard. We have no. It's just the town master and whatever able-bodied folk can pick up a sword or wield a pitchfork. Not many folk here that can stand up for themselves. I hope you didn't just make things worse. What am I saying? I'm just worrying. Can I bring you anything more?
No, I think I'm good.
Surely you'd want another drink, Master Dwarf.
Is my drink still on the table? Psalm, did you drink my drink?
What?
All right, well, sleep well, lock your doors, and see you in the morning. She wishes you all well and cleans off what empty plates there are on the table. Unless there's anything else you guys would like to do, you can settle in for the night, take a long rest, and we can end it there.
Yeah, sounds good.
Nice.
It's been 5 hours.
Yeah.
We don't have to RP it out, but I would have explained that I followed the guy to the inn and where he went.
Yes, nice.
Oh, so you would have told us like where it is, what it looks like.
Right.
Sounds good. What was their leader's name again? I forgot to write it down.
Madrick.
Patrick.
Madrick. Okay. I would have maybe asked the waitress. You know that we asked the boys some questions. That was all. What do you know of this Madrick fellow?
Oh, she would have said, I don't know anything about him. I don't know anything about any of them. Just those two that sit over there in the corner eyeing people.
So you don't know what this Madrick fellow looks like?
No, I'm sorry. Wish I could help.
That's all right. Yep, just gonna head up to bed.
Okay.
I think it's so funny that Psalm's